You ever speak to me like that again, better be wearing a cup.
Baby steps.
One break, I'm in
Okay, friends, let's everybody take your positions, please. Here we go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, rolling. Dave!
And
Unchained.
welcome to Dave and Dave Unchained, a Van Halen podcast. I'm Dave.
And I'm Dave.
And we are at episode 96, our last of the year. We are right upon Christmas and New Year's. This is going to come out probably New Year's Eve. So how you feeling, Dave? How do you feel about 2023 as a whole?
It was pretty darn good, actually. So looking forward to 2024. Let's get going. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, awesome. Let's get going. We have tons of news to get through, and we're going to go right into Van Halen news.
Van Halen.
News! Well, David Lee Roth went out of his mind and started releasing songs left and right. Well, he started off by dropping Jump, a cover of the Van Halen song from 1984. This is obviously from the 2022 sessions from Henson Studios. He's been releasing these here and there, but now he tackled Jump. Let's hear a clip.
Get up, and nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I've seen the toughest all around. Maybe I know just how you feel. You got to roll with the punches. Get your punch real. Can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the words that you said. Can't you see what I mean? Oh, might as well jump. Might as well jump. Come on, baby, jump. Go ahead and jump.
So this is sort of interesting because it's a dangerous territory, isn't it? This is an absolute iconic song. It's like redoing Billie Jean or something like that, right? So this is a pretty decent job, I thought. I thought it was going to be a train wreck, I have to be honest with you. I was fully expecting it to go off the rails, but I thought he did a pretty decent job. It sounded like the live version vocally. He did sort of a live take on it vocally. The guitars and keys are pretty spot on. I mean, they're not Ed, of course, but in terms of being faithful to what Ed did, that was right there. I was waiting to see if he was going to do the extra scream at the end that he does in the video, but he didn't do it. And the most noticeable difference is the end. Here's a clip of the end. That's more like a live ending, which usually ends the show. So what did you think of Jump, Dave?
I thought it was like most of the other covers we've heard from this set. You know, it's decent. It's all right. It's good. Band is capable.
Right.
That's about it. You're right about the ending. It is a little different, but the original had a fade out, so they have a hard ending. It's interesting. It was the show he never did, right? It was supposed to be another round of Vegas shows, so this is what it would have sounded like. As a refresher, it was supposed to be a power trio, pretty much.
Right.
He had gotten rid of the keyboard player and the second guitarist that he had back in, say, I guess it was 2020, 2021. So it's interesting the approaches he's taking. It's more pure Van Halen. But, you know, other than that, it's like, okay, you know, I've heard it. It's kind of like one and done for me.
Okay. He also released a new Christmas song called Talking Christmas Blues. Here's a clip.
Reality series vampire and his family moved next door. cable TV superstars for at least 2 weeks, possibly more. African-American little folk own a vegan liquor store. And if I'm not mistaken, they's Buddhist, but I ain't sure. I was looking out my window, and they was lighting a menorah. And I thought, I'm supposed to light the menorah. Now they's upstairs taking selfies and doing yoga on my roof. Heard they was victims of a drone strike, but that I cannot prove. Here's a toast for them and me, and another one for you, like a Hallmark Hall of Fame card. Merry Christmas from David Lee. Talking Christmas blues.
Well, here Dave goes a little off the drift, but it was fun lyrically, vocally sharp. He did sort of a rambling blues gravelly voice. I was curious to see if that was Dave on the harmonica and guitar. I think it is, because it has that flavor. It doesn't sound like it's John 5 or anything. I don't think this is from the California sessions. This sounds like it might be just Dave in the studio by himself. This was a fun, playful one. I enjoyed the lyrics. I thought it was better than the Ain't No Christmas, which was a little more dark and depressing. What did you think of this one?
I agree with you. This one was better than the last Christmas song he did. I don't know if it's him on guitar, but I would bet that it is him on harmonica. This is right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
He's not hitting any of those wacky high notes with the Muppet voice, as you like to call it.
Yeah.
He has a classic Dave line in there where he just stops playing and goes, I thought I liked the menorah.
Yeah, that was the best part. Yeah, for sure.
Right, and I was like, damn, he nailed it.
Yeah.
So I've been playing that one a few times. I thought it was really good, one of his better releases and a Christmas-worthy song for future Christmases to come.
Absolutely. And also, he dropped a remix of Just Like Paradise, but to be honest with you, I cannot figure out what's so different unless there's like less keyboards on this version or something. I mean, the vocal's the exact same vocal, and that is definitely Steve Vai on guitar. So I don't even understand what was this one about. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I didn't do an A-B comparison, but I'm like you. I heard it the first time, and I was like, I'm not hearing much of a difference to the original version, except, as you said, I think the keyboards were set back a little bit. I don't know, but it wasn't enough of a remix version for me to go, wow, he really reimagined this. It's not like that at all.
Well, here's a clip of the new remix version.
Rockin' steady in her daddy's car. She got the stereo with the big guitars, and that's alright. Yeah. Alright. I got the itch in a restless soul. She gone with the wind, gonna go for a route tonight. Yeah. And that's all night. Girl, we've been meant for this since we were born. Since we were born. No problems now, the coast is clear. It's just the calm before the storm. This must be just like living in paradise. And I don't wanna go home in the dark. What time it go? This must be just like living in paradise. And I don't wanna go home.
Now, here's a clip of the original version.
Rockin' steady in her daddy's car. She got the stereo with the big guitars, and that's alright. Yeah. Alright. I got the itch in a restless soul. She gone with the wind, gonna go for a route tonight. Yeah. And that's alright. Girl, we've been
thing I could come up with is the keyboards were pulled back. That's the only thing I could come up with, but not really sure what that was even about because it wasn't really in line with the Van Halen set that he recorded at Henson or from the California sessions. I understand the one-off Christmas song because he did that before, but this is like, I don't quite understand what he's doing with this one. So that was really odd. Moving on to something we didn't get to discuss last time, but we'll talk about here. I added it in quick. So as we talked about on the last episode during Van Halen News, Sammy announced his Best of All Worlds tour, and he said on the Howard Stern show that he was open to having David Lee Roth or Alex Van Halen come to a show. He said, if Alex wants to jump up or if David Lee Roth wants to come out and join us, come on, motherfucker. You are welcome. This is about Van Halen. This is on the Stern show. Then Dave retorted and sent a message to the Van Halen news desk saying, I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Then Sammy started backpedaling and he was saying he could come out and sing a song on the show or two if he remembers the words. But then he got a little even deeper when he said he's not invited on the tour. No fucking way. The invitation was to sing a song with us somewhere like a lot of singers, guitarists, etc. are going to do on this tour. I know better than to have him on tour again. Been there, done that. So Dave, what did you make of this exchange?
I think it was a whole lot of nothing. Well, the reaction wasn't nothing.
Yeah.
I think people are really jumping to conclusions. First of all, if you thought Sammy was inviting either of those guys on the whole tour, then you really don't know Sam.
Yeah.
Because there's just no way he's going to tour with Dave again. He's got the tour set. It's a Sammy Hagar solo show.
Right.
He's got his band ready. He's got the opening act ready. He's got a pretty good idea what he's going to do for a set list. He's not going to have Dave and or Alex come on now like, oh, I'm ready to join the whole tour. I mean, that was never Sam's intent. So I don't really see Sam as backpedaling. I see Sam as clarifying that, yeah, they're welcome to come on stage and sing a song whenever, but that's it. I mean, of course, Sam has to throw in some digs about Dave remembering the words.
Yeah.
And yada, yada, yada. He can't resist. But everyone who was like, oh, Sam was inviting Dave, and now he's not inviting Dave because Dave called his bluff. I mean, Dave did call his bluff a little bit, but all he did was he said, I'm in. He didn't say, I packed my bags and I'm ready for the whole tour. He just said, I'm in.
Yep.
So, and then Sam clarified it, and then everybody else was like, oh, Sam, I thought you said you were putting Van Halen first, and now that Dave's ready to do it, now you're not. That's all caca, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Everyone's jumping to that conclusion.
Yeah.
Again, there's no way Sam was inviting them on the whole tour because they already blew that chance. It's obvious that they can't figure that out themselves.
Yeah.
So Sam is at least inviting them to come on stage, do a song or two. And listen, if they do, they come to one of his California shows, I'm sure Sam will do it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not a problem. I mean, I'm sure Dave will be like, well, I insist on this, that, and the other thing. And Sam will be like, look, bro, it's my show.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could do this the easy way.
Yeah.
Or you could be a jerk.
Right.
And I'll just let everybody know that you couldn't come on stage because you couldn't play nice.
Right.
We've got, half a year or more to see
more
if this
than
happens,
that. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. But, as usual, it makes for excellent Van Halen drama.
Of course. Sammy Hagar and Michael Anthony joined Eddie Trunk's 40th anniversary party, which was earlier this month at the House of Blues in Las Vegas. Eddie was celebrating his 40 years in radio. Congratulations to Eddie. He also held this as a benefit for the Ronnie James Dio Stand Up and Shout Cancer Fund. So that was real nice that he did that. He had all different people on the bill, including Alice Cooper, Sebastian Bach, Ace Frehley, Corey Taylor, Lita Ford, Mark Portnoy, Kevin Cronin, Stephen Piercy, Geezer Butler, but this is what Sam and Mike did. So Sam came out, played Bad Motor Scooter, One Way to Rock, and I Can't Drive 55. But then Mike really stole the show because he brought the old school Van Halen. Mike Portnoy got on drums, so was Mike and Mike, and they did Somebody Get Me a Doctor, which I thought was a killer version. He also did Ain't Talking About Love, and he also did DOA with Sebastian Bach on vocals, which I thought was perfect because it's a great song for Sebastian, and I thought this was great. Here's a little medley of Mike's set. So, Dave, what did you make of this? I thought this was lots of fun. I think this is a good showing for Michael Anthony. If he's going to be doing the Sammy tour and doing something like this would be great in the middle of the Sammy set.
Oh, I agree. And I also agree with you about DOA. I mean, Sebastian just killed it on that one. He's another great frontman. He's got that Van Halen spirit. He's just crazy. So.
Yeah. Little known Van Halen fact. He was vying for the job that Gary Cherone got as the third lead singer.
Oh, was he on the list too?
He was. He was on the list. He was trying to get on the list.
Can I tell you guys something?
What?
Around the time where Gary Cherone joined Van Halen, Doc McGee did have a meeting with me about joining Van Halen. But Van Halen was concerned because I smoked pot. But the thing is, I learned to smoke pot because of Van Halen. So what the fuck?
He is a hardcore Van Halen fan, and I love the way Sebastian says Van Halen. He just has the perfect tone and energy the way he says Van Halen. Here's a clip of it.
Van Halen!
He was shouting it throughout the whole set that he was doing with Mike, which is really kind of funny. Speaking of Sebastian, Mike and Sebastian are going to join forces for an upcoming rock and roll fantasy camp, which is going to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Van Halen's 1984 album. The camp is scheduled to run from March 14th through the 17th in Los Angeles, where aspiring musicians get to jam with Michael Anthony and other legends like Warren DeMartini, formerly of Rat, Tommy Aldridge, formerly of Whitesnake and Ozzy Osbourne, and Sebastian Bach, formerly of Skid Row. And they're going to be performing at the Whiskey A Go-Go, which is the site of many classic early Van Halen gigs. And the camp is open to everyone, regardless of your musical skill level, and you can check that out on the internet. You can sign up for it. It's expensive as hell, but if you have the cash and you have the musical prowess, that's pretty cool to be jamming with those guys. What do you think?
Yeah, that's awesome. Unfortunately, I have neither of those things, so I won't be doing it. But that's always been cool. If you've got the means, like, what a great way to spend, what is it, like a week or whatever it is?
It's like less than a week, but like 4 days or something.
Oh, okay. But what a great way to just jam with legends.
I mean, yeah.
And learning some tricks of the trade. I don't know how much they're charging. I'm sure it's a boatload, but I mean, that's got to be worth the money. And it's super cool.
Yeah, if you're a guitarist or a singer and you have the cash to do something like that, oh man, just do it. That's worth it alone. Also, Sammy jumped on stage with Nancy Wilson of Heart earlier this month at Alice Cooper's Christmas Pudding benefit. He went on stage and performed Comfortably Numb, the Pink Floyd song, and he did the David Gilmour part where he did the vocals and guitar. And here's a clip.
There is no pain you want to see. The days the ships go on the horizon. You will only come true in rain. It's true, I can't do what you say. When I want to shine, I come fleeting glimpse. Out of the corner of my eye, I turn to look when it was gone. Everything that on me now, the child's grown, the grief is gone.
Well, Sam said on social media, last night was the first time I've ever played that solo on one of my favorite songs of all time. Nancy Wilson, thanks for letting me sit in with you and for bringing those sweet harmonies. Hashtag Goosebumps, hashtag Pink Floyd, hashtag Comfortably Numb at Alice Cooper, and hashtag Christmas Pudding. Interesting enough, Dave, Pink Floyd is Sam's favorite band, which shocked me because I didn't think he was a Floyd fan.
That is interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. I tell you, though, he did great co-vocals with her, and I was really impressed with his guitar work.
Yeah.
I mean, again, he sells himself short.
He does.
He can really play and play well. And it's times like this when you're like, oh, yeah, he is a guitar player.
Yeah.
And a darn good one.
Yeah.
But he never gives himself the credit. Like I said, he sells himself short. I thought he did a darn good job on that.
Yeah, absolutely. He also did a good job on the song Simple Man, which is the first single coming off the upcoming Lynyrd Skynyrd tribute album from former drummer Artemis Pyle. The album is called Anthems, honoring the music of Lynyrd Skynyrd. Sammy did Simple Man. Here's a clip.
Take your time. Don't live too fast. Troubles will come, and they will pass. You'll find a woman, and you'll find love. And don't forget, son, there is someone up above. So be a simple kind of man. You be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can?
So this is going to be joined on a set of 13 songs. Dolly Parton's on there, Warren Haynes, Billy Ray Cyrus, and a bunch of other people. But Sam's the lead single. What did you make of Simple Man?
I thought it was a decent cover, respectful of the old one. Sam did a good job singing it.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I wasn't, like, blown away. You know what I mean?
No, it wasn't crap. I thought it was pretty faithful to the original.
Yeah.
And like I said, Sam sang it fine, but, you know, it's not going to replace the original. As a tribute, it's just fine.
Right. Wolf announced that he's extending his Mammoth 2 tour into 2024. Of course, we all know he's going to be opening up for Metallica and different bands and stuff like that. But his headlining tour that he's doing with Nita Strauss is going to pick up another leg starting February 21st in St. Louis at Red Flag. And he's going to be going all the way through May 17th in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mercury Ballroom. I'm going to be catching him on March 6th at the Paramount in Huntington. That should be interesting. Nita Strauss is opening up for half the tour. The other half, the intervals, are opening up. So Wolf just killing the road out there. He's really pushing it. Curious to see how he does.
He's definitely a road warrior, right? He's definitely doing some serious touring and doing a decent amount of headlining shows in the next few months, which is more than he usually does. He's normally been focused on opening for other acts. So, you know, good for him, touring behind the album, getting good reviews behind the album. The live shows are always decent. So, you know, keep going, Wolf, keep going.
Speaking of Wolf, he met up with Michael Anthony 70, and they hadn't seen each other in 20 years. This is unbelievable. Michael was invited to come hang out with Wolf and catch his show in Vegas on December 9th. Mike sat up there with Valerie, and they watched the show together. It was the first time Michael had met him in 2 decades, which is incredible. And after the show, Wolf had put out on social media, ran into an old friend at the Mammoth WVH show in Vegas tonight. Love you, Mikey. And then Mike wrote back, went to see Mammoth WVH last night here in Vegas, and they threw down. Love you, Wolf. So great to see you. Proud of you, brother. If you see the picture of the two of them, Mike looks like a hand puppet next to Wolf. I mean,
Wolf
holy
towers
cow.
over him.
I mean, like, crazy. Mike's a small guy, Wolf's a big guy, but it was just funny. It almost looked like a cut and paste job, but it was nice to see. I mean, Mike just takes the high road every time. He's just the best. You can't get a nicer guy than Michael Anthony. You just can't. I mean, he's just the best.
Agreed. So I guess the last time they saw each other was on the Sam reunion tour, right? That must be it. And I think Mike, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Dave.
Yeah.
But I think Mike, besides Ed, is the only member of Van Halen to go out and see him play live.
Well, I guess Ed didn't get the chance, right?
No, I think Ed didn't. I remember there was a picture that Wolf was playing live somewhere once, and Ed was just like standing there, and nobody knew who he was.
The only thing I ever read about Ed watching Mammoth WVH was rehearsals. Because Mammoth WVH didn't start playing live until the album came out. It's not like
I hear you, but I feel like Wolf was playing somewhere.
Maybe, I don't know.
I might be confusing that with Ed was in the audience at another show, and they didn't recognize
Well, that
him.
was when they went to the Tool show together.
Oh, no, I remember that.
Yeah.
And the guy asked to take a picture.
Right,
he had
right,
no idea.
yeah.
Eddie
He had
Van
no
Halen.
idea.
No,
He
it
was
was something
asking Eddie Van
else. It was
Halen,
like
yeah.
some kind of club show.
If one of the listeners knows, write us in. I could have sworn Ed and Val were sitting in the audience watching, I don't know, like a test run show or something. There was something about Ed and Val watching them together, and they were like blown away or something.
Yeah, something like that.
It was something.
I don't remember Val being there, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Well, at least since Ed's passing and since Mammoth WVH has been a legit band, I think Mike has been the only one, right? I don't think Dave or Al or Sam or Gary.
Right.
I mean, not that I'm expecting Gary, but you never know. I'm just saying, like, so far, Mike, it's always Mike.
It's always
right?
Mike.
It's always Mike.
He's always taking the high road. Also wanted to let you know that during his interview on Q104.3 with Jonathan Clark, when Jonathan Clark asked him about the upcoming Sammy Best of All Worlds tour, what he thought about it, Wolf said, yeah, that's super cool, man. I'm stoked for it. I'm actually going to be seeing Mike in Vegas, and I'm stoked to give him a hug. So he sounds like he's supportive of it. It doesn't sound like he's upset about it. So that's good news, right? So at least there's some good Van Halen vibes going on in that direction. God knows it's not going on in the other direction. So also wanted to let you know that Mammoth WVH is going to be part of Welcome to Rockville, which is that absolutely out of control, massive festival that takes place May 9th through the 12th in 2024 in Daytona Beach, Florida. That's the one that has like everybody in rock on one bill. Mammoth WVH is going to be on the third day, Saturday, May 11th, and they're going to be sharing the bill with Foo Fighters, Greta Van Fleet, and Primus, along with a slew of other bands, but those are the main ones.
Wow, that's a nice lineup, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, you can't believe the people that are on this thing. It's amazing. Also, another interesting interview came out about Kenny Wayne Shepherd, which is the incredible young blues guitarist. He has that current album out, Dirt on My Diamonds Volume 1, and he was doing some press for it, and they asked him about his relationship with Van Halen, which was very interesting. They said, we believe you are the only artist to open for Van Halen during their Gary Cherone era in 1998, as well as the last tour they ever did in 2015 with David Lee Roth. And Kenny Wayne said, yeah, that's very true. They were drastically different tours. Although Gary Cherone did a good job, he was kind of thrown into a situation with really impossible expectations from the fans. He said all these fan bases are already divided. Is Dave better? Is Sammy better? Which era is the best Van Halen era. And then you get this third guy coming in. It was a challenging proposition from the get-go, but he had a great voice. And there were a couple of shows that ended up not happening because he blew his voice out the night before. I think back then he was maybe struggling a little bit vocally to keep up with all the material, and the nightly grind of playing and singing and all that stuff got to him. He said, we maintained a friendship, he talked about him and Ed, all the way up until he passed away. And then when they asked him about David Lee Roth, he said, David Lee Roth, I never saw him. He never said hello to me, whereas I always used to hang out with Ed all the time. Ed would come and find me, give me a hug. I'd sit down and talk. I'd spend quality time with Wolfgang and Alex and Ed. I always spoke to those guys. But he said, never saw David Lee Roth. Not one time. In fact, I was asked to leave the hallway when he was coming down the hall kind of thing. So I was like, okay, whatever. You do you. But it was a great experience. Now, the interesting thing is they have a family tie that dates all the way back to the day that Valerie met Ed. So when they asked him about that, he said that my dad brought Valerie Bertinelli to her first Van Halen concert, and that's where she met Eddie for the first time. He says, our families have this crazy connection. It goes all the way back to Ed and Val meeting. It's just interesting how our lives are intertwined over the years. So when they asked him to tell the story, he said that the Bertinelli family is from where I'm from, in Shreveport, Louisiana. So back in the early 80s, you probably remember they had a whole actors strike, and she was on one day at a time, and so the actors were striking and nobody was working. So she went back home to Louisiana to hang out with her family. So she wanted to go see Van Halen when they were in town, and my dad was a big radio guy at the time, and he knew everybody in town, and he also knew her father. And he said, my dad got her tickets and backstage passes when they came to town. They told him that Valerie wants to go check out Van Halen. We want you to take her in and keep an eye on her and make sure she's taken care of. And that's when she went backstage and met Eddie Van Halen. Isn't that funny?
So they got together because of the writer's strike? Because she may never have been down there. Yeah,
exactly.
If not for the writer's
Exactly.
strike.
That's how happenstance that was.
Wow.
She just happened to have a time off that wasn't supposed to happen. The strike was happening. She had time off. Said, I'll go visit my parents. Van Halen happened to be in town. She says, oh, I'd love to go see Van Halen.
Didn't her brothers drag her to the show?
Yeah, well, they love Van Halen, and she thought Eddie was cute.
But Kenny Wayne Shepherd's dad was part of that equation, too.
Yeah, right? Because he was working in radio at the time.
That's crazy. You wouldn't think it, but he's got quite a few Van Halen connections there, right?
Oh, absolutely. And he was friends with Ed. He said he kept up in contact with him right up until the end. So also want to let you guys know about a really interesting interview that Joe Satriani did with Rolling Stone magazine. You know, Rolling Stone and Andy Green, who does great stuff regarding Van Halen. He's always digging into Van Halen stuff, which is great.
Yes, and the Monkees, too.
And the Monkees, too, right, exactly. So he went after Joe and started asking him some questions. He goes, let me ask you a question. When you were touring with Chickenfoot in 2008 with Chad on drums, you guys never played a single Van Halen song when you toured. Why was that? And he said everybody looked at each other and said, you know what? No Chili Peppers, no Van Halen, no Surfing with the Alien. We should just do what we did the other night, where we just jammed Zeppelin and Traffic and all kinds of weird cover songs. This was an opportunity where we could step out of our main gigs and connect because of our shared influences. That's what it was, and then we made it a rule. So then he wanted to get into whatever happened with Alex and David Lee Roth. He said, did it ever go anywhere besides a few phone conversations? Now, I thought this was key because everybody thought they jammed. And he says, almost. When they first called me, I said, why me? I don't play like Eddie at all. But I think I said yes before the rest of my brain informed me that it was a bad idea. I was just so enthusiastic about paying homage to Eddie and the legacy of the band and playing with Alex and Dave. I just thought, well, yeah, sure. But to be honest, after about 3 or 4 weeks of really getting into the catalog, I was like, wow, I really do not play like Eddie. This is going to take months. And I knew I could do it, but I also knew it takes me time to completely change the direction of my technique. I also had a record to finish and a tour to do. So I called them up and I said, hey guys, listen, thanks, but I'm not your guy. And they talked me out of quitting. And they did it twice. And he said little things peppered up, like possibly playing at Central Park at one point, and they would fizzle out for some reason or another. And I started to think, well, this is really never going to happen. And then I saw Wolfgang play his father's stuff with the guys in the Foo Fighters, and I mean, besides getting a big lump in my throat, I just thought, oh, this is the way it should go. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So I just figured it was over, and I could exhale and just go back to being Joe. So that was interesting. And then he also said, when they asked him about Alex jumping on stage, he says he is, without a doubt, invited to take place in what Sammy has put together. And then he said, how did Sammy approach you on this tour? He said he called me up and said he had this great idea to go out and cover all the material. He wanted to do the Hagar solo material, Montrose, Chickenfoot, Van Halen, maybe centering around the Balance tour era, meaning like the way the Balance set list was formatted. He said that tour was mostly his era, but also dipped back into the David Lee Roth era. He said he wanted me to do a couple of my songs, and it was going to be Jason and Mike with him. It was a wonderful invitation, and I have great memories of playing with Mike and Sam, and it would really just be fun to play with them again on stage. So he says, but you weren't hesitant? Almost like, why were you hesitant the first time, but you weren't hesitant this time? It's still Eddie's material, right? He says, no. I mean, once again, silly me, I was just thinking about how much fun it would be just from the audience standpoint. They get to hear all these great songs, and they get to see some of the OG members of Van Halen, and Jason and I would do our very best to make everybody feel that we represent these eras of music. But I thought that was kind of a political answer, meaning like, yeah, well, working with Sam and Mike is a lot different than dealing with Dave and Alex, you know what I mean?
Well, that's true. I'm really surprised he was like, why did they ask me? I played differently than Ed. But Ed played differently than a lot of people. And Joe Satriani is definitely going to be on anybody's short list who can handle it. First of all, Sam knows him. And second of all, it's not the first time Sam has asked him to a tribute show for a fallen guitarist from a former band of his. Because if you remember, Joe was at the Montrose tribute.
Okay.
That was thrown together.
Oh.
And he did like half a dozen songs or something like that.
Okay.
So
I forgot about that.
Really shouldn't have been that surprising to Joe that he was going to get the call. The other thing is, I love Sam's memory when he says the Balance tour was like a mix and they were doing some old Van Halen songs. I think they did one more old school Van Halen song than they normally do.
I agree, yeah.
And I don't remember what it was. I want to say it was like, I don't think it was Running with the Devil.
Running with the Devil was on the Monsters of Rock tour.
Okay, all right. So maybe it was Unchained. Maybe that's what it was. But anyway, there was like one more song that Sam sang than he usually did. Oh, maybe they let Mike sing Coley. I can't recall right now. But anyway, my point is, it wasn't like they were like, oh, we're going to throw 4 more old school Van Halen songs in the set.
No.
I mean, it never, ever went down that way. So again, Sam is rewriting history the way he would like people to remember it.
He just says what he wants to say. So then
I know. And I feel like there's still a piece of the puzzle they're not talking about regarding why they wouldn't do songs from their past on the first tour. Because they're a super group. That seems like such a slam dunk.
Oh, yeah.
And so you're telling me like they all agreed on this? Or was there one person who was like, nope, not doing it, and the others were like, okay, that's fine? Because it seems like such a slam dunk. And I just remember watching those shows, and they were really good, but it's like, I don't understand how you have Joe Satriani in the band, and you're not doing one Van Halen song?
The only thing I can think of is, number one, Sam really can't sing like Anthony Kiedis. That's a totally different vibe of singing.
All right, okay, that's fine, but they can certainly do an old Van Halen song.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Joe could whip out an instrumental, or I always used to say they could do Big Bad Moon. That's
oh, my God, Sam would do great on that.
Right?
That would be a great Sam song.
I'm not completely crazy, but they never did that. And another point was they were like, oh, we just wanted to do these crazy covers. Yeah, well, one of the crazy covers was a Montrose song from Sam's past.
Yeah.
And then the other one would be, I think sometimes they would do My Generation.
Yeah.
Or they would do...
The Deep Purple song, Space Truckin'?
Yes. Is that what it was?
I could swear it was a Deep Purple.
I think you're right. No, it definitely was a Deep Purple song.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's like okay, so let me get this straight. You guys are only going to do covers, but it just so happens that one of the covers is from Sam's past.
It's just weird.
So who's calling the shots here, right? So Sam's comfortable doing a song from his past, his solo past, but nobody else gets a say on that? It's always a little suspicious to me. Like, you know who's calling the shots there.
Yeah. Now, also, he continued here because Andy Green kept pressing for, like, set list details, right? Which is great, because that's what we would do. And he says, listen, I don't know really what the plan is going to be that far in advance. I mean, I could see Sam and Mike trading night after night who's going to sing the old Van Halen stuff. My concern is they've been playing this stuff forever, right? I have not. He says, I'm going to press them like you're pressing me for a set list as soon as possible, because even though I have all these tours to do, I'm going to have to mentally start reviewing all this stuff. There's fingering, there's picking, there's guitar choice, there's amplifier choices, all these things that are my responsibility, and I know I have to prepare for it. So then he said, are you going to duplicate Eddie's guitar tone? And he says, I'm going to try to get as close to the sound of each of his eras as I can. Primarily, it'll be, for me, it'll help me get in the mood to play the parts the way he did. So then they said, are you going to do any of his instrumental guitar stuff like Eruption? He says, you see, this is not a Van Halen tribute tour. He says, I still have to play Chickenfoot stuff, Montrose stuff, Hagar stuff, and Satriani stuff. He says, what I might do is, I might try to put together a medley of solo bits that somehow can be integrated into the show. Then when they asked him if he was hoping if Roth would stop by, he says, I hope Dave comes, and I certainly hope Alex wants to visit. I think it's really going to be an amazing tour. We just need to somehow figure out a way to actually rehearse these songs so we can figure out how they go. And he said, what was the experience like playing on Howard Stern? I'm sure that must have been stressful. He says, yeah, it was. When Sam called, I was literally busy, covered in paint at the time, and he said, Sam says to me, oh, don't worry about it. We're just going to play 30 seconds of this song and 30 seconds of that song, and then Howard's going to ask you about your artwork and stuff. And I kept saying, guys, I don't know these songs, so I'm going to be staring at you. You have to remember, Jason, Mike, and Sammy, they know at least 30 Van Halen songs, so they could just pull out whatever. And, you know, Joe likes to be prepared. So then Andy said it must have been flattering that both Alex Van Halen and Sammy Hagar independently decided you were the man for the job. He says, yeah, I can't explain that. It's funny because I have friends like Phil X from Bon Jovi or Nuno Betancourt from Extreme who I think really do Eddie really great. But in YouTube land, there's guys like Gene Michael Sutcliffe who could just blow me away at how close they get. And then he did said, I got some advice from Steve Vai. He says, I was talking to him the other day. He said, there's no way you're going to be able to approach doing those solos note for note. He says, we're just totally different players. We don't feel that same way, and the solos are supposed to be honest expressions of how you feel. So you do the parts of the song, and then in these moments where Eddie would just let things fly, you got to kind of do your own thing. So, you know, it's interesting that he was pretty upfront about all this stuff with Rolling Stone, and it sounds like Joe wants to do the tour, but he's going to need a little prep, and Sammy's playing it fast and loose. What do you think?
Agreed. Well, that's what Sam always does.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe is notorious for mapping things out that he plays and rehearsing like a madman. And Sammy's just kind of like, well, we'll rehearse for a few days. That'll be fine. You know, he likes to wing it.
Yeah.
Joe is not that guy.
No.
And we're talking Van Halen songs here.
Yeah.
Especially from the Hagar era. They tend to be a little more complex.
Right.
So it really puts Joe at a disadvantage. I mean, I think it was that interview, or maybe it was another one. Joe was like, if you notice, I was never looking at the cameras when we were playing. I was looking at the band because I needed to know when the changes were in the song. I think Sam gives Joe too much credit, and I don't mean that negatively, but he's like, oh, don't worry, Joe can play anything, whenever, whatever, and it's like...
And he can, but the thing is that he doesn't know the material.
Right, but Joe wants to do it right.
Right.
And he does not like to be unprepared. And Sammy's just kind of like, oh, we're only doing 30 seconds, and then they do half the song. So as usual, you know, sometimes you can only trust Sammy as far as you can throw him. But I mean, what else was Joe going to do? He's always got like 10 balls up in the air. He's got to find the time, and he just didn't have the time. But you know what? Having said all that, I thought Joe did a damn good job. I don't want to say half-assing the songs, but considering he hasn't like completely learned them
right.
yet,
Oh,
I thought he did pretty darn well. Quite
right.
frankly.
And anybody who's complaining about him making a mistake on Mean Street, first of all, he's not even playing Mean Street on that tour. I mean, you know, at least as far as we know, I don't think Mike's going to take on Mean Street, but, you know, I mean, he was fiddling around. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not.
Look, I'm certainly not worried about that tour.
No.
Because the way Joe played, I was like, all right, you know what? He did decent.
Yeah.
And like he said, by the time the tour comes around, he is going to nail it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it will be flawless. And then Sam's going to go, you see? I told you.
Yep.
So,
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also want to let you guys know about a couple of books that are coming out next year. The Doobie Brothers legend Michael McDonald has a new memoir, What a Fool Believes, coming out May 21st of next year. Believe it or not, it is co-written with comedian Paul Reiser, who is a friend of his. So I'm excited about this. I'll tell you why. Because I would love to see a chapter on I'll Wait, called I'll Wait, ... for my check. There's, I'll wait, ... for my credit. So I hope Michael gets into that, because I think that's an important thing to clarify, and that everybody knows that he was a co-writer there. I would love for him to really be like, you know, not for nothing, but Ted and Dave were taping my sessions, and I heard that they were, you know.
Well, he did say that was the most profitable thing he ever did.
Yes, he
did.
did.
You know what? I was wondering if it was that Paul Reiser when I saw who
Paul
the co-writer
Reiser.
was.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
interesting.
Now, also, Bill Electric Church from Montrose is going to be coming out with a book, and that is called The Electric Church, and it's going to be coming out early January. It's interesting because apparently in the book, there is a section about Farm Aid in 1995, which backs up Bob Dates' story of how Sammy was trying to get Bill into Van Halen to replace Mikey. So who knows? Very curious. The book is at hauntthenation.bandcamp.com/merch if you guys want to purchase that. And then the one for Michael McDonald is on pre-order on Amazon. Also want to let you guys know that Fair Warning is coming out on Mobile Fidelity's Ultra Disc Step 1 at 180 gram. 2 LP vinyl box set for $124.99. That's available at inthegroove.com. So, interesting that they picked Fair Warning. That was an interesting selection. What do you think of that, Dave?
I think I'm going to buy the Bill the Electric Church biography.
Yeah.
Because that's more in my price guide. I'm curious how Fair Warning will sound. Because there's always all this hype now about the next big thing that sounds really, really good. And I'm just wondering, how much better is it going to be? Because I feel like after a while, when you really start trying to fiddle with it, like you take away like the spirit of the album. Like it was recorded at the time, knowing of whatever sound limitations they had. I mean, I'm all for like cleaning up the sound and making it good, but sometimes if you over clean it, you lose something. But having said that, I'm curious what listeners will think for the ones who actually buy it and can afford it, and if it actually sounds that much better.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear that myself. And we wrap up Van Halen news, unfortunately, with a very, very sad note. So, Eddie and Janie Van Halen's Pomeranian, Cody, has passed away. He died on December 18th at age 13, and Janie wrote the following. Sweet dreams, my baby bear. Thank you for being the light of my life for 13 years. You brought us and everyone who met you joy, love, and happiness. My heart is absolutely broken, but I know you are at peace in heaven with Daddy, and I know he will take good care of you. So very sad to hear that little Cody Van Halen, that absolutely adorable dog that Eddie was pictured with all the time, and I know brought him a lot of comfort and love towards the end of his life, has passed away at the age of 13. So R.I.P. little Cody. We're sorry to hear about that. That's really tragic, and our condolences to Janie. Well, that wraps up Van Halen news.
And that's the way it is. Good night.
And we are on to our interview with Darren Paltrowitz. Darren is the author of the new book, DLR Book, How David Lee Roth Changed the World. He was also the co-host host of the DLR Cast and also the Paltrocast. And he sat down and talked with Dave and I forever. We had a very deep and detailed conversation about David Lee Roth. So we went into the way weeds with Darren. He's a super nice guy, and he was very patient, and we had a fun time with him. It was really, really long. Before that happens, we have another Sweet 16 bag of mail to get through. We couldn't let Dave end the year without a nice sack of mail falling on his head, and that is all coming up next. Take a listen.
There's only one dynasty that can ever happen for a given team. I don't care if you're playing basketball or if you're playing football or it's a political scenario. And when you're lucky enough to have a writing team like Eddie Van Halen and myself, it's the same as Jagger, Richards, and what have you. You can't replace that kaboom just with impunity there.
If you need a dose of VH, get a taste of the closest thing. Romeo Delight, the ultimate Van Halen tribute band, playing all the hits from the David Lee Roth era, first classic 6 albums plus deep cuts, some of which have never been played live before by the band. They even throw in popular tracks from the Sammy Hagar era and solo hits. The most viewed Van Halen tribute band on YouTube, Romeo Delight, doing customized recreations of staging, instruments, and costumes from the classic Van Halen era. They even perform entire Van Halen albums in sequence. Romeo Delight plays theaters, casinos, summer indoor and outdoor festivals, and special events. They're also available for private parties. To contact them, call Bud Blanche at 215-704-5144. That's 215-704-5144. Or via email at sonicparade1@yahoo.com. Romeo Delight, the ultimate Van Halen tribute band.
The long-awaited Van Halen book from legendary rock journalist Steve Rosen is here. Tone Chaser, Understanding Edward, my 26-year journey with Edward Van Halen. This is an over 400-page odyssey of Rosen's decades interviewing and being friends with the late guitar god, Eddie Van Halen. Rosen says, I spent 14 long, hard months writing Tone Chaser. It was both the most difficult story I've ever written and the most rewarding. I wanted to be honest and transparent as I possibly could, which was not always an easy thing to do. In the end, this was the most complete and comprehensive book I could have possibly written. There was nothing left to say when I reached the last page. With every word I wrote, I was reminded of the time I spent with Edward, and that hurt terribly. But it also brought back what a remarkable experience that was, and how insanely lucky I had been to have ever known him, and astonishingly to have been friends with him. I hope you can feel everything I felt. That is the purpose of this book. Pre-sales are currently going on now for the self-published book. PayPal Steve directly at scrosen@sbcglobal.net. That's scrosen@sbcglobal.net. It's $47 for those who are buying it inside the U.S., and that includes shipping. $95 for those who are buying it overseas, and that includes shipping. Tone Chaser, Understanding Edward, my 26-year journey with Edward Van Halen. Don't miss out. Order it today. Pick up the new coffee table-sized book, The Decade That Rocked, by legendary rock photographer Mark Weiss. This 376-page book has hundreds and hundreds of full-color photos that Weiss shot through the 80s for magazines like Circus, Faces, and Hit Parader, featuring bands like Van Halen, Motley Crue, Twisted Sister, Bon Jovi, Skid Row, Guns N' Roses, Ozzy Osbourne, and more. There's even behind-the-scenes stories to go with these colorful, eye-popping pictures. The Decade That Rocked, a new book by rock photographer Mark Weiss, is available for purchase now. Go to thedecadethatrocked.com, where there are exclusive bundles available with extra prints, t-shirts, and even patches. Inquire about the Van Halen bundle, especially made for Dave and Dave Unchained listeners. Order today. The Decade That Rocked. It'll rock your world.
Hi, this is Desmond Child, and you're listening to Dave and Dave Unchained.
Pick up the new book, Eruption, Conversations with Eddie Van Halen, by Brad Tolinski and Chris Gill. These music journalists share with fans new and old alike a candid, compulsively readable, and definitive oral history of the most influential rock guitarist since Jimi Hendrix. It is based on more than 50 hours of unreleased interviews they recorded with Eddie Van Halen over the years, most of them conducted at the legendary 5150 Studios at Ed's home in Los Angeles. The heart of Eruption is drawn from these intimate and wide-ranging talks, as well as conversations with family, friends, and colleagues. In addition to discussing his greatest triumphs as a groundbreaking musician, including an unprecedented dive into Van Halen's masterpiece 1984, the book also takes an unflinching look at Edward's early struggles as a young Dutch immigrant unable to speak the English language, which resulted in lifelong issues with social anxiety and substance abuse. Eruption, Conversations with Eddie Van Halen, also examines his brilliance, who changed the face of guitar manufacturing. Eruption, Conversations with Eddie Van Halen. Get your copy today on Amazon.com.
Author Greg Renoff is back with a new book, Ted Templeman, A Platinum Producer's Life and Music. The new biography of the record producer Ted Templeman, who went on to produce Van Halen, the Doobie Brothers, Van Morrison, Aerosmith, Sammy Hagar, and more. The book, which runs $19.95, and it's currently available at Amazon.com. From the man who brought you Van Halen Rising comes Ted Templeman, A Platinum Producer's Life and Music, written by Templeman as told to Greg Renoff. Available for only $19.95 at Amazon.com. Order it today.
Check out the new podcast, The Rock Quarry, your place to hear in-depth interviews with some of rock's most colorful characters, with your host, entertainment journalist David J. Criblay. The Rock Quarry is available for free on Spreaker and iTunes. You can check us out on Facebook at The Rock Quarry Podcast, on Twitter at Rock Quarry Pod, on Instagram at The Rock Quarry Podcast, or email us at therockquarrypodcast@gmail.com.
From very early on, that it was kind of ingrained on us that if you're doing something that you like, then that is of the utmost importance. Because in our family, there were two opposites. There was my dad, the musician, the guy, the happy-go-lucky guy, you know, and let's have a drink, that type of thing. The other side was our mother. He says, you know, without a suit and tie, you ain't diddly. You know, you're nothing. You come by, you know, visit today or tomorrow, and she'll say, Alex, when are you going to get a job? You know, she's 75. And, Mom, does it really make any difference?
All right, Dave, you know what time it is.
Dave and Dave's mailbag is big and round. Dave says he's tired, can't lift it off the ground. Wants a light bag, likes those the best. And he likes the short mail better than the rest. And he said, well, I think that you're headed for a whole lot of letters. Well, I think that you're headed for a whole lot of letters. Well, I think that you're headed for a boatload of letters. And letter number 1 comes from...
That's right, it's mailbag time again. And we got another 16 letters, and we're going to start with letter number 1, coming from Mark Vadnaz. How do you pronounce that, Dave?
I really don't know.
I don't know, something like that.
Venois?
No, Venois. I don't know if that's Venois.
I
think it's Vadnaz. I don't know. Mark V. How's that?
There you go.
Nice to see the king of 10 fingers and 6 strings moving up the guitar rankings. What if the 6 Van Halen records never existed, including Eruption, and we only had the music from Edward's solo career with Hagar and Sharon? How far do you think he would plummet down the guitar rankings? Thank you, Mark Vanez. Well, that is a weird question. I think he'd certainly be on the list, but the problem is timing is everything, and Ed came on the scene at a very specific time. But the question is almost impossible because Ed inspired an entire guitar generation, and therefore it kind of offsets the space and time continuum. The whole list would be different if Ed didn't do what he did. So the first 6 albums are really the bedrock of 80s hard rock and heavy metal, so it's impossible to measure because it changes everything. But if you are just looking at his work from 86 to 98, I think his work is still exemplary, but his groundbreaking work from 78 to 84 is really something you can't really compete with. It's hard to separate, though, Dave. What do you think?
I agree. It is hard to separate because there was so much inspiration from those first 6 albums. Not to get into hyperbole, but really it changes the course of music, certainly of guitar playing. So for him to start with the Hagar years, like, I don't even know if that's even possible because he changes course from something. There's too many wild cards to it. I mean, on the face of it, his question, is he as high up? No, he's not as high up. But you're right. It is an oddball question.
Yeah. It literally changes the list. That's the problem, is that if Ed didn't do what he did from 78 to 84, it changes the list for other people.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, it's almost impossible to answer. Letter number 2 comes from guitarist Potsdam, Mike Radliff. He says, yo guys, check this out. With the help of AI and my Logic Pro recording software, I remix the individual tracks from Black and Blue. More bass, drums, and guitars. For the sake of hearing the instruments, I kept the vocals down just a hair. Hope you guys enjoy this mix, and if you would like any other song remixed by me, just let me know. I listen to every podcast and love what you guys do. I go by Mr. Six on Twitter, and my original music can be heard at reverbnation.com/Mike Radliff. And he says, your friend, guitarist, Potsdam Mike Radliff. Okay, Mike. Well, here is a clip of Black and Blue remixed by Mike Radliff. Mike, this is greatly appreciated for sure, and it's an improvement. Please feel free to do the whole OU812 album if you have the time. However, I think the bass recording itself was very muffled. So Black and Blue is definitely one of the songs on the album where you could hear the bass the most. But the truth is, the levels are off on the album in general. Like, that album needs a remixing, not just with the bass, but all the levels. It really is kind of off. But thanks, Mike. I really do appreciate that. And if you were willing to do some more remixing of OU812, we will certainly highlight them here, and that would be fantastic. What do you say, Dave?
Yeah, I thought it was slightly better, although, as you pointed out, that song wasn't one of the ones that had a major problem with the bass levels.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough. But the mix certainly was respectable. It reminded me of something that came out, I don't know, maybe about 3 years ago when someone started remixing all of the Van Hagar albums. This was before the box set that came out this year, in an attempt to get the bass to sound better and just to get a better mix overall. You could do certain things, but if you're not remastering, it'll only take you so far. You can only do so much. And as we've said repeatedly on this podcast, that album, being OU812, needs a full remix from the bottom up.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Right? From the inside out.
The whole
that puppy
thing
just
is
needs to
off.
be remixed. Period.
Yeah.
Even the remastering, as we said on a past podcast, it sounds better.
Yes.
But when you listen to the other albums, it's still at the bottom of the heap. But listen, hey man, thanks for doing that. We appreciate it. Anything to get Mike up in the mix is a good thing. Send it to him. I'm sure he'll appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. Letter number 3 comes from Ricky Chan. Ricky wrote a book, so I have to edit that down. But just to start off, what his letter is referring to is the Fox News digital article that Hagar did, where he made some comments about David Lee Roth. And I'll just mention just a quick little snippet here. They were comparing his vocals to Dave's, and he says, Dave's got limited range, so he works a lot more with attitude to try to, get his point across. And it limits you lyrically in a lot of ways unless you're really poetic. Like Bob Dylan, who didn't have a huge range or anything, but Bob had a pretty good range, and Bob was in better shape than people think. You listen, he sings right on key, and his phrasing is like, whoa, it's mathematical. But, Dave was limited in his phrasing because he wasn't just poetic like Bob, who could just ramble off in this crazy stuff that made sense, even though it didn't. He says, I'm capable of hitting notes that I can bring out different emotions. I don't have to have attitude. He said, I was going for the emotional thing, and Dave was more like the attitude. So they're both great, you know what I mean? Especially with what Eddie was playing back then. So then Ricky wrote, Sammy Hagar made some unfair and inaccurate remarks about Dave's singing voice and lyrics. He implied that he was a superior singer and songwriter for Van Halen, and that Roth is limited by his vocal range and phrasing. This is a gross misrepresentation of Roth's talent and contributions to the band. And Sammy may have a wider vocal range than Dave, but that does not make him a better singer or a better fit for Van Halen. Roth had a unique style and charisma that Hagar lacks, and he was able to create some of the most iconic and memorable songs in rock history with Eddie Van Halen. Roth's lyrics are not limited by his phrasing, but rather reflect his personality and humor. He does not need to be poetic like Bob Dylan or hit high notes like Robert Plant to express himself. He has his own voice and attitude that suits Van Halen's music perfectly. Hagar may claim that he was going for the emotional thing, but his songs often sound bland and generic compared to Roth's. He may have sung about love and aliens, but he didn't capture the same energy and excitement that Roth did. Roth's songs were more fun, more adventurous, more diverse. He could rock hard on songs like Running with the Devil in Panama, but he could also show his softer side on songs like Ice Cream Man and I'll Wait. Hagar's lyrics, on the other hand, were often cliched and unimaginative. Hagar might have regretted that he and Roth could not have toured together with Van Halen, but he should respect Roth's contribution and legacy to the band. Roth was the original singer and best singer for Van Halen, and he deserves more credit and recognition than Hagar gives him. Sammy, you need to face facts. Your legacy in VH is not as deep and will never be as classic Van Halen. Get over it. Ricky Chan. All right. Well, Ricky, here's the difference. Sam talks about attitude. Dave had a lot of attitude. He used an attitude to get over it. Rock is all about attitude. You could save the emotion for Journey. Roth had not only attitude, but pizzazz and color and fucking balls. So you don't have those 6 albums, then you don't have Sam's 4 albums. So like the For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge album, which is the best of the bunch, doesn't hold a candle to even Dive Her Down. Sam sometimes tries to equate himself, but he really can't. Can Sam sing better? For sure. Yeah, of course. Sam has a better vocal range than Dave, no doubt. But no one can match Dave's lyrics, his wit, his style, his frontman capabilities, and Sam's whole shtick from the minute he got in the band was to put Dave down. So it's 2023, and Sam still can't get out of Dave's shadow, and he's still battling Dave's legacy. That says something. What do you think, Dave?
Yes, Sam's ego will not permit him to ever admit that his stuff is not as important as the Dave era stuff. First of all, very few people are Bob Dylan in terms of songwriting. That's number one. Number two, to somehow imply that Dave's songwriting was limited by his vocal ability is not the case, because I'd actually make the opposite argument. I'd actually argue Sam was technically the better singer, but he was not necessarily the better songwriter. Sam goes off on wide tangents. He's more likely to write a really good song and more likely to write a really bad song. Dave has a way with a lyric. That's just how he wrote. Like you say, Dave, you equate him with like him and Mick Jagger and Vince Neil. What's the word you use to describe them?
They have a charismatic sort of signature style of singing.
Right. He's not Freddie Mercury, but let's put it this way. His songwriting style was perfect for Van Halen. It just worked well with Ed, and I don't think Sammy's necessarily taking away from that, but he just can't admit that quite possibly it was better than a lot of stuff that Sam did with Ed. I mean, we could argue till the cows come home whether it's better or not better, but I think the fact of the matter is that the stuff with Dave was more groundbreaking and inspirational, and Sam will never be able to come out of that shadow. He's been trying to hype it up for years that it was, but the proof is in the pudding. When you ask people to start jamming on Van Halen, you hope that there's a guitar player who's good enough to perform close to Eddie. But 95 times out of 100, they'll know a Dave era song, but they won't know a Sam era song. And that's all you need to know.
Letter number 4 comes from Brian Altamare, and he wrote in, my God, I think you wrote in 4 letters, but we're going to combine them, Brian. We're going to have to combine them a little bit here. So Brian said, if I missed you mentioning where Mr. Betancourt landed on Rolling Stone's list, somebody get me a doctor. Otherwise, how did you both gloss right over his place in rock history? The guitar player from Mountain, really? He gets a mention, but the guy currently tearing it up night after night in the style we all love on tour, supporting an album he made all because we needed rock guitar more than ever, and he graciously dedicated it to Ed? No mention while discussing this list? Let me just say, Brian, we did mention Nuno. Okay, Nuno was 197. We did mention him for sure. We love Nuno. We think he's fantastic. I have nothing against Nuno. My only issue with Nuno is Nuno was very erratic. I mean, in the height of his band, he broke up the band and then disappeared for 15 years, came back, made a subpar album, and then disappeared again.
Well, he was also performing with, what's her name?
Yeah, I know, but that's not his stuff.
Rihanna, right?
Right, and he did the Morning Widows, and he did his Nuno album, and he was all over the place. But had he stuck with Extreme, him and Gary, and really built that band up, I think they could have been even bigger. I really do believe that. I think there's a lot of talent in Extreme, not just with Nuno, but with Gary and Pat, and they have an incredible drummer with Kevin now. They are an amazing band, really good live, really solid, and I think they have so much potential. Their new album 6 is fantastic, but the fact that they have only 6 albums in like decades, I mean, how long is Extreme around? They're almost around, not 40 years yet, but it's not that far from it. I think their first album was like late 80s or something like that. So it's like maybe over 30 years. But 6 albums, So anyway, we do love Nuno. We have nothing against Nuno. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's a great guitarist, obviously, because he made the list. But the other question is, how inspirational is he? And what kind of legacy has he left for other guitarists? And as you pointed out, it's kind of like not as much as some others, because they went away, they came back, they went away. And, during that time, some people will probably freak out if I call him a hair metal guitarist, but he was certainly of that time. And there were lots of talented guitarists from that era.
Yeah.
But how much did they inspire or lay the groundwork for future music? I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, you mentioned Leslie West of Mountain. I mean, was Nuno technically a better player than him? Yeah, sure. But how many people did Leslie West inspire to pick up the guitar?
Right.
Just on Mississippi Queen alone.
Right, and Ed being one of them.
Exactly. There's a lot of factors that go into that list other than just playing ability. But I think it's fair to say that Dave and I will never disagree that he is a very talented player underrated in many ways, decent songwriter, good band leader, and yada, yada, yada. And the fact he even made the list at all is fan-freaking-tastic.
Absolutely. So he also wanted to discuss this. He says, I firmly believe that Ed played bass tracks on Fair Warning. Remember, this is the album Ed and Don worked on together, all alone, after hours. This was also Ed's statement to Ted about what a Van Halen album should sound like. Yes, we all love Mike, and I mean that sincerely, but his sound and style of playing did not fit Ed's genius. Just listen to Van Halen 2, Women and Children First, and Fair Warning in order. There is no doubt in my mind and in my ears that Mike is not playing bass on Fair Warning. None of his previous work sounds anything like Fair Warning. Mike had a certain sound and playing style, and neither is on Fair Warning. And then he talked about Diver Down. He said there wasn't time for Ed and Don to break away. We all know that Ed hated everything on Diver Down, and hence 5150 was built. He said, how many of Mike's bass tracks were even used on 1984? It's so obvious. Ed couldn't be happy unless he created the tone, because he's a tone chaser. Brian Altamere. Well, Brian, I tell you, Fair Warning is such an underrated masterpiece, and in my opinion, Van Halen's best. It is the lowest selling of the six-pack, and yet it's really the best. But the bass work on there isn't really super fancy or incredibly pronounced. That stands out as being incredibly different. Now, I'll say on songs like Push Comes to Shove and possibly So This Is Love could be Ed, maybe. Because the bass is a little zippier, and I've gone through this with the Stones. There are some Stones albums where I'm like, wow, the bass seems zippier than normal, and I find out it's not Bill Wyman, it's actually Ron Wood on bass. And I actually found that out the hard way when I interviewed Bill Wyman and told him I loved the bass line on Emotional Rescue, and he was like, oh, that wasn't me. And I was like, yikes.
Oops.
Yeah, that was really embarrassing. But I have to say, I don't know. I was listening to Fair Warning just the other day in my earphones in preparation for answering your letter. And I do see what you're saying. There's certain moments, maybe even in Mean Streets a little bit, too, where the bass does seem a little zippier and a little different flavor. But I'm not 100% sure. It's, like, hard to tell. Like, you know, you don't have much to go by. What do you think, Dave?
With all due respect, I disagree because I'm not hearing what you're hearing.
Okay.
Not you, Dave, but the individual who wrote in. I think Mike played on it because if he didn't, we would have heard it by now. We've heard a lot of things about Mike, but we never heard he didn't play. And if we're saying that, well, it has to be Ed because the bass playing is that much different or that much better than the first three albums in Diver Down, I would challenge that, actually, because the bass playing that we know Ed played on was on Van Halen 3,
right,
for the most part.
For sure, yeah.
Was on Sammy Hagar's self-titled album that he made.
I Never Said Goodbye, yeah.
Right. And the 3 tracks from the Best of Both Worlds compilation,
right,
the new ones.
Yep.
And none of that is earth-shattering bass. It's fine, it's good, it's competent, but Eddie did not approach the bass like he did guitar. It wasn't like he was playing like Billy Sheehan. So I do think that was Mike. I mean, I think Mike, his bass playing around that time, certainly around the time of Women and Children First and Fair Warning and even Diver Down is some of his finest work. So I do think it's him. Is it perhaps Ed has snippets here and there? Perhaps. Was Ed showing him what to play? I wouldn't bet against that.
Yeah.
But to say Mike wasn't playing it, I respectfully disagree. I think it's him playing. So much so that I would go all in on that bet. And I'm not a gambling man.
Letter number 5 comes from Keith Sousa from Colorado. And he says, on the recently released classic Van Halen outtakes, I was blown away by the clarity of the recordings. It hardly feels like advances in recording technology have been made much a difference over the years with regards to sound quality. A pure speculative what if. Sorry, Dave. Would it have been a better financial move to release all of these outtakes along with the new material from A Different Kind of Truth versus reworking some of the older songs and putting their last album out? Thanks, Keith Sousa from Colorado. Well, I tell you, first of all, that was considered. Number one, this is how the project originally started. They were thinking about doing some sort of like demo box set, and I don't think they felt like they had, I guess, comfortability with the songs that were there, and they decided to go and use some of the old hooks and riffs and make a new album. But here's the thing, A Different Kind of Truth, and Dave and I have talked about this endlessly, is very unfairly labeled. It has this, oh, that's just a reheating of old demos album. It really isn't. There's old riffs on there that Ed decided to use to make new songs, except Bullet Head and She's the Woman are pretty much the same from the old songs. However, he's done that in the past. That's been part of his creative process. But I believe it deserves better cred, for sure, and I prefer to have A Different Kind of Truth than to just have a box of demos. I think the songs are better quality. They've obviously put a lot of effort into A Different Kind of Truth. And I love that they kind of had a bucket list when Dave came back in the band. Like, they reunited with Dave and did an old school Van Halen tour with Dave. They did that. Then they did a new album with Dave and toured that. Then they put out a live album with Dave and they toured that. So you really can't complain. We always wanted a live album from Dave. We always wanted a new album from Dave. We always wanted a Van Halen classic reunion with Dave. And we got all of those things. So we really can. The only thing they didn't do, and they actually did do but didn't release, was a live DVD. It was taped in 2007, and they never released it. For some reason, it's on the shelf somewhere. I don't know why, but I do love the outtakes, and I value them, but I definitely value A Different Kind of Truth more. What do you think?
I think releasing the outtakes in some kind of box set is a good idea. Would it have been better financially than reworking them and putting out a new album? Like, I don't know. Big picture, maybe, maybe not. It's really tough to say because outtakes like that are really for a very select audience. They're really for the diehard, hardcore fans. So you're only going to have a limited population of people who are going to buy that, number one. So number two, you have to release them, and it's got to be like good quality. It's got to be remastered. There's got to be a booklet in there with all sorts of details that we can read for hours and pictures and all the other box sets that are out there that are done right that Van Halen never did. That's really the best way releasing outtakes and unreleased songs is going to work financially. If they just release them with some new songs, it wouldn't have gone over well. They really wanted a new album, and that's the direction they went in. And we were lucky we got that. If you talk to anybody involved with the album.
It's a miracle.
Right. But unfortunately, as time goes on and streaming becomes more and more popular every day, the financial success and viability of a box set becomes less and less. Because a lot of people are just going to be like, well, I'll wait for it to stream so I don't have to buy an expensive box set.
Yeah.
So really the only way you can do that is to not stream it at first, get your diehard fans to buy it, and then stream it later. That seems like the best course of action these days.
I tell you, it's such a mystery to me because no one's buying albums. Everybody wants to stream. Okay, I get that. And then you look at the vinyl market, and it's freaking out of control. Dave just sent me a photo of a Balance vinyl from 95. That was what, $350, Dave?
That is correct.
And then I just saw one, our friend Mario Aguilera III sent me a photo of A Different Kind of Truth that his friend saw for like, I think $250 or something. I mean, it is amazing to me. No one will buy albums, but then they'll spend hundreds on vinyl. It just doesn't make any sense to me, especially when vinyl is, number one, fragile and very hard to keep, and you got to keep cleaning it and this and that, all this stuff. You can't play it in your car. You can't play it when you exercise or walk. You can't play it at your office. You got to sit and listen to it, and you got to clean it, and you got to flip it, it, and you got to do all that shit. I cannot believe that this generation, meaning the younger generation, Dave and I are 53. Don't get me wrong, there's people our age are into vinyl too, but like, I just can't believe people covet it as much as they do, because it's just such a pain in the fucking ass. And I mean, honest to God, I can't believe it. It's shocking to me. I love iPods, and I know that sounds like a real old man thing to say, but I can carry around so much music in a little square, and I can play whatever the hell I want. I play it in my car, I can play it at my desk, I can play it while I'm walking around, I can play whatever you want. I don't understand. Or you can have to sit and listen and flip it and clean it and store it and the whole...
Well, people like to own their music, Dave. I mean, they like to own it, and there's something...
I get it, but it's too fragile. It's like...
No, I hear you, but there's something like soft and warm about the sound that comes out of it, and... You know, if you really want to sit and listen to music, that's what you do. And I think that's why there's a recurrence of that. I personally agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to own music and want it to sound really good, I'll pop in one of my CDs because I don't have to worry about scratching it or whatever. But CDs are really an old man thing
totally.
to say. I'm just hoping I'm around another 20 years when those come back in style.
Well, the weird thing is that the best time I've heard vinyl being like that whole thing everybody talks about, right? Like that warm sound. I'm talking about, I heard it on someone's multi-$1,000 system, and they had a clean version of like Dark Side of the Moon that was crystal pristine, and they put it on, and it sounded beautiful because they had this hi-fi, like 180 gram or whatever the hell the thing is, and they had a clean version, and they put it on this really, really expensive stereo with these incredible speakers, and yes, it sounded amazing. But how many people are working with that? That's what I'm talking about.
I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
But remember, I think vinyl is still only a small part of music that's being sold. I mean, maybe 5%, something like that.
Really? It's only 5%?
I think so. I mean, last I checked, I do. I think it's only about 5. I mean, it's not more than 10. I'll tell you that. It's not more than 10% of music sold, for sure.
The weird thing is, though, if you go to record stores today, that's all they're filled with.
Oh, I know. And when you go to record shows, it's all records, very little other formats.
Yes. They're using CDs as coasters.
Yeah.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I know. But those will make a comeback soon, too, because everyone will throw those out. And then when some of that music isn't streaming anymore, and they realize, oh, well, it wasn't released on vinyl in the first place, or the vinyl's way too expensive, and the only way you can get it now is on CD. I think the only thing that won't come around are cassettes and 8-tracks, because that stuff just wears out too much.
Yeah.
But it was never sonically that great to begin with. It's all about convenience.
Yeah.
So that's why streaming, I think, until the next great thing comes along, that'll be around for a while. Until the satellites fall out of the sky.
Letter number 6 comes from Bob Antel. And he says, I'm just about to go out this morning, and all of a sudden, here's those old familiar chords of Jump. And I turned around, and what do I see? Christmas ad for McDonald's, no less, with the mighty VH as the soundtrack. I mean, what the actual fuck? Talk about cheapening a brand. Who the fuck is making these decisions? Please stop this bullshit. Look forward to the next podcast, but for now, gentlemen, can I ask that the Dave and Dave Unchained brothers and sisters give my band a like on Facebook, Kamikaze Millionaires. We could do a lot with it. And then he says, Deutsch from a very wet South Wales, UK. So Bob Antel from Wales, UK. So everybody check out Kamikaze Millionaires on Facebook for Bob. And in terms of this McDonald's Christmas commercial with Jump, I have not seen or heard this at all. The only one we saw with Jump was, what was that? The Wings commercial. But McDonald's Christmas commercial? Have you seen this, Dave?
Yes, I think you sent it to me or I sent it to you.
You must have sent it to me. How did I miss that?
I think it's a European commercial.
Oh, it's European.
But yes, there's a McDonald's commercial with Jump in it. So what it boils down to is just another easy cash grab.
Bottom line is, guys, listen. This is going to become the norm, and you're going to see this with every band because all these bands are selling the licensing use for their songs for commercials and all kinds of shit because this is a new revenue stream. These guys are not selling albums, and if you're Van Halen and you're not touring and you're not selling merchandise, you need some sort of influx of cash coming in. This is an easy, quick buck that you're going to see more and more of as times go on, and all of these people are selling their catalogs. That's why you hear about all these bands selling their catalogs. Once they sell them, you don't understand. That just doesn't go for album sales. This is used to be put in everything. You could see a real estate commercial with fucking Fleetwood Mac in it. This is what's going to happen. They think there's value in this because of the popularity of these songs. So this is just the beginning. Be prepared. This is going to happen all over the place. Here's a clip of that McDonald's commercial. So, yeah, it's said that something like Jump, which is so recognized, everybody knows Jump. My mother knows Jump. She's 84 years old. She knows Jump. That's going to happen. Jump is an iconic song that represents the 80s. That is way beyond the Van Halen zone. That's up there in the stratosphere with Don't Stop Believin' and those big, big, big anthems from the 80s that represent an entire time more than the band itself. What do you think, Dave?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, the commercial's really just a cash grab, and that's how they're going to have to make money off the music, and it gets the music out there, it gets the name out there. Really, what else are they going to do? They're not going to release a box set. That's too much work. So, commercials it is. So put on your seatbelt and get ready because more of that to come.
Absolutely. Letter number 7 comes from Hanukkah Han, known as Casey Alfred. He said, "What's up, guys? How about doing a new segment called Van Halen Theater? Listening through most of your old podcasts, I get a kick out of every time Mr. Criblet breaks out his characters in the Van Halen universe, and I laugh even harder when Mr. Marconi sticks to his own voice. If you'll indulge me, how about starting off by reading a bit from Brad Tolinsky and Chris Gill's great book, Eruption? The audio book suffers a little from the actors who voice the characters, but I'm sure Marconi as the interviewer and Criblet as Eddie Van Halen, it would breathe some new life into it." And then he says, "Happy Life Day, guys. If you get the reference, I feel your pain. Or if you prefer, Merry Christmas. Hanukkah Han, Casey Alfred." Well, happy Hanukkah to you, Han, and Merry Christmas to all. I think peppering in my dopey impressions here and there is about all Dave can take. I don't know. It's too much of a good thing. It's never as tasty as it seems, but I appreciate the thought. What do you think, Dave?
I think our whole podcast is theater.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
You're right? I mean,
that's right.
The podcast is meant to inform with some entertainment on the side. I don't do impersonations because I can't do impersonations, so that's why I do everything straight. So I'll leave that to you, and as long as you can do the ones you do and do them well, then we're just going to keep it coming. Certainly glad you like them and appreciate them, because we really haven't had anybody writing in saying, "Can Dave stop please doing his Gene Simmons impersonation?" We've had enough of that.
Impersonation. My favorite so I just saw the last Kiss show. I went to one of the Kiss shows, but then I saw the last one, which was the pay-per-view. So at the end of the pay-per-view, they run up to Gene Simmons and they do an interview with him literally as he's stepping off the stage. He's covered in blood and sweat, and he looks like obliterated, right? The woman goes up to him, and she's like, "Gene, what are you thinking right now?" And he goes, "I've got a kidney stone at the end of my schmeckle."
And he had a kidney stone that he was trying to pass throughout the show.
Oh, my God.
I mean, can you imagine? He's in that armor, which is like 40 to 50 pounds. He's like in his early 70s, and he's trying to put on this show, and he's in like writhing pain, the poor guy. I felt so bad for him.
Oh, man. Although I did like Hanukkah Hand's Happy Life Day reference.
Is that? What is that?
That's a somewhat deep Star Wars reference to the infamous Star Wars holiday special.
Oh, my God.
That was the name of the holiday that Chewbacca celebrated on his planet. That's like the one thing that George Lucas has never re-released and will never re-release.
Right.
Because it's so bad.
It's heavily bootlegged, though. Yeah. It's heavily bootlegged all over.
No, you can find it on YouTube. Yeah. But you really only ever need to watch it once. But that's where the reference comes from.
That's amazing. I love that you know that. Letter number 8 comes from Felipe Ernween. And he says here, A Tale of Two Box Sets pod was masterful. Great review and introduction. These Templeman outtakes, seemingly in their entirety, are nothing short of a sonic dream come true. Comparing the two, there is no comparison. Listening to the Templeman outtakes is like reading the edits and copy and paste that are resulted in masterpieces. I've created playlists of the songs in progress leading to the final versions. A tasty treat that really brings the entire development of a song to clearer light and sound. Sam Halen missed a real opportunity to curate a real box set with demos and outtakes that we know exist because of leaks like Dawn of 5150 demos, and we know it's out there. So my question to the Swamis of VH, isn't that what Popoff calls you guys? Why did Sam Halen Camp miss this tremendous opportunity to go deeper and truly give the fans something they really want? With gratitude, Felipe Ernween. Well, Felipe, that's a very easy answer. There's a confusion here. How much was Sam and Mike involved? That's the thing. They were out there promoting the box set because it's them and they want to promote it. However, I don't believe they were very involved. Now, I'm sure they had to, quote-unquote, sign off on some stuff because they're on there and there's contracts and stuff like that, but I don't think they had any real control. My guess is Wolf wasn't allowing anybody to access or rummage through the vaults at 5150, and I don't even know if Al had access to the vaults of 5150. But I think Warner Brothers worked with what they already had because the stuff they released was stuff that was previously released, so therefore it had to be in Warner Brothers' hands. He also made an addendum, Phil said here. After mentioning that Loverboy was opening up on the Sam Halen tour this summer, I was reminded of the Remember the Heroes song on the 3-Lock box set. That was the duet that Sammy did with Mike Reno, Loverboy's real singer, then and now, and I wonder if they'll dig that one up this summer, a memorial song for the veterans. I don't think Sam will do that one unless he does it in Loverboy's set, but that's probably doubtful. That's a possibility, but it's doubtful. Let's start with the box set, Dave. Why do you think that Sam and Mike didn't get more into the stuff?
Well, I think why there weren't any bonus tracks, effectively, is what asking is, again, nobody could be bothered doing it. Although, to be fair, I think it's also an emotional trip down memory lane, and I don't know if Alex was ready to do that. I think it was more Alex's call than Wolf's call. I mean, I really think if Alex was like, you know what, I want to throw some bonus tracks on there. Yeah. I'm going down to 5150.
Right.
Like, or does it even have to go down to 5150? Is some of this stuff in the Warner archives? Yeah. I mean, either way, if you really wanted it, it could have been done.
Yeah.
But I think it might be one or more of a combination of the following. Number one, they couldn't be bothered. Yeah. Number two, it was too much of an emotional investment for them to go into the old stuff, listen to it, and it was just too much. Number three, they wanted to respect Ed's wishes that the album was already released, so there's no need to put any bonus tracks on. I mean, They did that with the Dave era stuff when Ed was still alive.
Yeah.
So it's one or more of those. And believe me, look, we talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating as a Van Halen fan that they release stuff and there's no bonus tracks. They're like the one major band left who's still doing that. And it's really ridiculous at this point, but that's how they roll. You know, we're grateful that the Sam era albums were finally released and they sound better. But believe me, I think if Sam actually had a say in this, he would have released some bonus tracks like Between Us Two, for example, and stuff like that. Mike, I don't think had a say at all. I think he has no say in what goes on in Van Halen, because I think they basically bought him out, or not even, they removed him from that years ago.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, unfortunately, that's where we are. And as far as the Remember Heroes song, wow, good call on that. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Great deep dive. Would love to see Sam do that with Mike Reno. I mean, they're together on tour, and it's the best of all worlds, right?
Yeah.
So if he's got him there, I think it's a great deep dive song to do. Will they do it? It's not a very popular song, first of all.
No.
Well, it's on 3 Lock Box. That's one of Sam's better selling albums. But who knows? Hopefully he bumps into Mike, and Mike Reno says, hey, remember that song we did together? And, you know, maybe they'll get some inspiration to throw it in the set. I think that would be totally cool if they did, but I'm not quite holding my breath to see that happen.
I could see Sam maybe jumping out during Loverboy's set to do it, because I don't think he'd give up a slot on his set. He's got too many hits to go through.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that would be the best of all worlds as a solution.
No, I know. I think that's such a deep dive. See, like, if Sam comes out during Loverboy's set to do that, it's a highlight. But if Sam takes away a song from his set, people are going to be upset. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a bonus.
I get what you're saying. But that would still be a cool thing to do.
Oh, totally.
Hey, let's bring Mike Reno out.
I love that stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, well, we'll see.
We'll see. Or maybe they do it once or twice, too. Maybe they throw it in there like on one of the shows or something.
Right.
Letter number 9 comes from Kurt5150 Snyder. He says, Sammy recently said he used his wife's lipstick on the mirror to write down the lyrics of Best of Both Worlds. Did he use paper and a pencil or lipstick? Listen to this interview from a few years ago. Shout to the Professor of Rock. And then he gave us a clip where Sam talked about it differently. Well, listen, I think Sam makes things up as he goes along. He remembers it how he wants to remember it. He's the kind of guy who works on the fly. So if one interview he says lipstick, another interview he says pencil, you know, for him it doesn't matter. I think he definitely had the idea in the shower, and he used something other than a pen and pad to write it down. He used something unconventional to write down the idea, and that's basically the story. But whether it was an eyebrow pencil or it was a lipstick on the mirror, who the fuck knows? So what do you think, Dave?
Well, I think Sam has probably had a few times like that where inspiration has struck him at awkward times.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to bet he did write a song using his wife's lipstick.
I wouldn't really.
He did write a song, you know, just like jumping out of the shower and grabbing the nearest pencil and paper he had.
Yeah.
Is he possibly confusing songs? He might be.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking stuff that happened 40 years ago. Who the heck remembers all the details of when that happened? So I'll cut Sam a little slack. Although I do agree with you, Dave. I feel like sometimes Sam beefs up the story because he can.
Oh, of course.
And it makes for a better story.
Of course he does. Letter number 10 comes from Mike Manimbo from New Havenite in Florida. And he says here, hi guys, love the podcast. Still cracking up over the Loverboy conversation. I keep playing back Dave blurting out, turn me loose. I thought it was hilarious. And then it startled my cat. Too funny. And oddly enough, the turn me loose reminds me a lot of the movie track that Eddie did years ago that you guys talked about. So he said, I'll be at the Tampa Best of All Worlds gig and hopefully one or two of the others. Take care. Happy holidays to you and yours, Mike Manimbo of New Havenite, Florida. And he also wanted to remind us that Mike Reno was on Remember the Heroes from 3 Lock Box. Obviously, people are picking up on that, so maybe he'll do it in Tampa for you there. That would be great. So, yeah, that Turn Me Loose thing was funny because Dave remembered the name of the song like further into the the cast and then shouted it out, and that's why I ended up putting the clip on there, because I thought it was really funny when I did it to make Dave crack up, because I know when he listens back to the podcast, when I put it out, that he would get a kick out of that, and you did get a kick out of that. I remember that, right?
Yeah, and here we are talking about Loverboy, like, oh, that's a great opening band. They've had hits. And then you and I are like, oh, what was that song they had? You know, we couldn't even remember the name of one of their biggest hits, which was like totally embarrassing. That didn't just come to me in like a memory fart. I had to look it up while Dave was talking.
Oh, okay. So. Letter number 11 comes from Brian Erickson. He says, after listening to the Desmond Child interview, I now understand the sexual content lyrical issue Dave has with Sammy. The reaction you have to the DLR meeting with Desmond, in which David Lee Roth is quintessential Dave with nude dancing girls in tow, speaks volumes. You react like David Lee Roth should be canceled immediately for such behavior. Meanwhile, Desmond Child said he thought it was funny and seemed not to understand how offended you were. This is David Lee Roth, the poster boy of the 70s and 80s male chest-beating, assless chaps wearing bravado. Dave lived all those lyrics in real life, guys. Am I way off base? I did like the interview. Brian Erickson. He also wrote in a couple other ones, but we'll start with this. So let me explain why I reacted that way. It's not about being canceled or all that stuff. Dave was not doing a public appearance. This is a private professional meeting with a well-known songwriter, Desmond Child, who is also open about being a gay male. Now, you don't find it strange that Dave has strippers coming and lying on the floor, spreading their legs in a small office setting during a business meeting with a well-reputation songwriter who happens to be gay? I thought that was a little ridiculous, if you ask me. Now, switch the scenarios around. If John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora were meeting with Desmond Child for a songwriting session and he hired two gay dancers to come in and swing their cocks around, that would be strange, I would think, too. It's the same fucking thing. So it's not about canceling anybody. It's just about being professional, and I thought it was a really weird choice. Didn't you find that strange?
Yes. Well, I'm from the business world, so first reaction is that's very unprofessional, but I'm not rock and roll, right? This is like a test from Dave, is what it was. I think Dave likes to irritate people to a point, too. So, you know, he brings in these things to see if Desmond is compatible with him. Is he cool with it? Can he take a joke? Yada, yada, yada. Or, you know, maybe Dave did it on purpose because it's pretty well known that Dave did not like outside songwriters in Van Halen. I know there's the whole Michael McDonald exception for I'll Wait, but that's really the only one.
But this was when he was working with him for his solo stuff.
Well, yes. Okay, I mean, that's fair. I don't know. Maybe Dave was testing him and he didn't pass the test, or
I mean, he's also openly gay. Like, if the guy's open...
Maybe Dave didn't know he was gay. Look, this is Dave in Dave's head. You know, it's just like, boozy bop, let's see what we can come up with today, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, if people are offended and they walk out, Dave's like, all right, well, that person's not for me. If they're laughing and having a grand old time about it, then maybe they're the ones for Dave. I mean, who the heck knows, right? It didn't faze Desmond at all, right? He's just like, okay, well, whatever. You know, you want dancing girls in here? Okay, you know, whatever floats your boat.
Brian also writes in and said, on the edge of a broken heart is an example of a completely unoriginal, childlike lyric. I can't believe one of the Daves referred to this as a great song. Let's give Sammy a break in the future, boys. You guys rock, Brian. So here's the thing about Edge of a Broken Heart. It's a Bon Jovi fan favorite. It's a lost classic. You could say that it's childlike, and that's fine, but you could say that about many 80s songs, but this one just happened to work, and people love it. I don't understand why you had an issue with that. What do you think of that, Dave?
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, but I don't know if I call it a lost classic, but it's a lost Bon Jovi classic.
Right, that's, I mean, a lost Bon Jovi classic, yeah.
Right, and it's just one of those songs that people like. So I will say, though, we will never give Sam a break on this podcast.
Well, let me explain why, though. Here's the thing. I'll get into it when we get into the last section, but not answering that, the next thing he says, the reason for the discrepancy in value between Ed Van Halen and Joe Bonamassa's gear is Ed didn't use vintage gear live. Joe does. If Eddie used his vintage Marshall amps and gear from the 80s, the value would be astronomical, but he used his signature new stuff, which is not nearly as valuable. So that makes sense. I totally understand that. Obviously, Joe has some kind of champagne taste when it comes to his gear. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Joe is infamous for his gear. I mean, I said this last time. Joe would rather spend the money on gear than a house.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how much he really likes the gear. But interesting observation about why Joe is so high. I didn't realize that. But yeah, he's definitely a gearhead for sure.
Yeah. And then he also wanted to talk about, he said, do you guys listen to the popular music in the 70s through the 80s? The topic of Sam's lyrics came up again and again in your mailbag. And I grew up on the 80s popular music, mainly the hard rock side. If anyone asks who has albums from any of those bands of that era, you listen to the lyrics. On the podcast, Sammy is made out to be the worst and most misogynistic lyricist of all time. Again, he isn't close to Roth as a lyricist, but among the writers of that time, he is firmly as good, if not better, than most. David Coverdale put out an album called Slide It In, and the first track was called Slide It In, and then the flip side, it was Spit It Out. Paul Stanley wrote Lick It Up. Too many to mention. Let's not get too woke or offended by Sammy. So here's the thing about Sam. I do not think Sam is the worst lyricist. I happen to think he's a great lyricist. Here's the issue with him. When he puts in the effort, he's excellent. But when he's lazy, he just completely loses all perspective. It bothers me when he has the ability to do good work and then doesn't put the time and effort in. So in some of those 80s lyrics, though, there's so many 80s lyrics that are so cheesy as fuck, but they work. Like, for example, Kiss's Lick It Up really works. Kiss's All Night is ridiculous. But, you know, it goes back and forth, but I'm not canceling Sam. I'm not trying to be too woke here. It's just that when Sam doesn't put the effort in and he's writing songs like Source of Infection, and it's like, hey, yeah, I mean, come on, it's just horrendous. And, you know, Wham Bam Amsterdam, the famous line, cherries on bananas, all that kinds of stuff, that's just really, really, really phoning it in. And I think that bothered Ed to an extent. Part of the contention as to why Sam ended up leaving the band, or gotten kicked out of the band rather, because he wasn't putting in the effort, and when he did, he was great. There's some great lyrics written by Sam. When he wants to put in the effort, he's great, but when he doesn't, forget it. What do you think?
Yes, totally agree with you. It's not that we're offended by Sam's lyrics, we're not, but yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just real laziness on his part. And like, first of all, if you're gonna throw out names like David Coverdale, I mean, listen, David Coverdale won't take anything away from him. I love Whitesnake. It's almost a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
But let's face facts. That guy did not shy away from writing about sexual topics.
Dave, the name of the band is Whitesnake.
I love the Slide It In album. I think it's
Me too.
great. But yeah, you could totally call out Slide It In, and you could definitely call out Spit It Out. I mean, it's just no doubt about that. So we're not like calling out Sammy for writing that stuff. It's just that it was just so obvious at times. He was just so blatant about it. Where Dave was like a little more subtle, Sam was in your face, and that took some getting used to. And when it's just like in your face because you don't feel like writing a decent lyric, that's really our challenge with Sam.
Yeah.
Is we just know he's capable of more. Totally. But there's a lot of times he chooses not to rise to that occasion.
Yeah, it is. That's very true. And by the way, the name of the band is Whitesnake, which basically is referring to a penis.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
you know, like,
and listen, we could do a whole episode on that alone.
I know.
Like talking about album artwork and what it's supposed to look like and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, David Coverdale is not a shy guy.
No,
put
not
it
exactly.
that way. The funny part is he sounds like a British aristocrat, right?
Yeah.
But he's definitely not.
Oh, no. No, he's down in the dirt, that guy, for sure. That's true. Letter number 12 comes from Melissa in Michigan, and she says, hey, Dave and Dave, greetings from cold and snowy Michigan. I was listening to Van Halen on Shuffle today, and I heard On Fire. Then I heard Unchained. Then I heard Romeo Delight. The three common openers for live shows in the David Lee Roth era. Reminded me of a Twitter discussion I recently had about the best opening tune for a Van Halen show. My choice was Unchained, hands down. Others chose On Fire or Romeo Delight. We all realize our favorite was whatever the opener was on the tour we saw our first Van Halen show. For me, that was Unchained in 1984. What was your favorite Van Halen opener? And is it the first one you saw live or something else? Still sausage free, or is it sausage, as you guys say? Melissa in Michigan. Well, Melissa, thank you for writing in. It's always great to hear from you. I would definitely say it's Unchained from the 1984 tour. I did not see that tour live. The first tour I saw live was 5150 in 1986. And I believe they opened up with You Really Got Me. But I definitely think that Unchained is the perfect opener. I mean, it's our favorite Van Halen song. We named the podcast after it. But I also think it literally is like the perfect show opener. And Dave used to come out with the Eagle split. Just perfect. So what do you think, Dave?
That's really a tough choice between the three. But I'm going to go with Romeo Delight.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why that song's not more popular.
Oh, it's...
To be honest with you.
I mean,
I think that's
favorite.
like a deep-cut, lost Van Halen classic that never was. I think the line in the song, "We're in for a very long night," makes it a perfect concert opener. So that's my vote.
Oh, yeah, definitely, for sure. And letter number 13 comes from Colin in Glasgow, Scotland. And he says here, I wanted to drop you a quick email from Bonnie, Scotland to say how much I enjoy the show. It's truly aging like a fine whiskey, getting better and better over time. And I'm excited to hear Dave's Ace Frehley impression. It had me genuinely laughing out loud because it's so on the mark. Keep flying the Van Halen flag. Colin from Glasgow, Scotland. So, yeah, Ace is my favorite. I love Ace. He is so crazy and funny, and he doesn't put it on. That is Ace Frehley. That is the way he is. He has that sort of broken Bronx accent, which is so funny. You know, he's like,
Gene and Paul keep telling me I keep fucking up, but the laugh is on them because I keep rocking.
So he's got this new song out there, which I love, called 10,000 Volts, which is great.
That song is awesome.
Isn't
I
that
like it
great?
a lot.
It's fantastic. Here's a clip of it. So his new album is coming out. It's got the same title, 10,000 Volts, coming out in February. Apparently, the buzz on the album is it's some of his best stuff in decades. People are raving about it. So it's supposed to be really, really good. If the single is any indication, you look forward to it.
Meanwhile, Kiss are out there being avatars.
So it's so funny that you saw at the end of the concert, they put out that they're avatars, Dave. They're going to be basically like a video game. I am so curious to see what happens with that. And the other thing is, like, what do you charge for something like that? If you had a concert of avatars, what kind of ticket price could you possibly put on that? I mean, you can't go high. You gotta go low. I mean, how the hell are you gonna get people to go see that?
Yeah, curious to see how that unfolds.
Very curious. So anyway, letter number 14 comes from John McDonald from West Foursquare, Australia. Oh my God. And John writes a book. And he says here, Quiet Dave is right. The recent Beatles release is no way comparable to the recent example of the A.I. Roth singing Finish What You Started. As I understand it, this song was considered at the same time as Free as a Bird in 1994 when they were doing the Beatles anthologies, and the quality of the source recording was too poor for the official release, and the technology to fix it didn't exist at the time, but it does now, and the extent of it was separating Lennon's vocals from the piano track. So as to whether AI becomes the norm for recorded music, there's every reason to suspect it already is. Listening to some of the pop music stations, what you hear is every bit formulaic and machine-like as one would expect from AI. Apart from some notable exceptions like Lady Gaga, there's songwriting teams in the pop world that have been doing this for years, and the music business has never been known for its transparency. There are scores of albums featuring uncredited musicians and songwriters brought in primarily because the official band members weren't good enough to play the part. Milli Vanilli are likely just the only ones who got caught. It's naive and illogical to think that this was the only time a stunt like that has been pulled. I think it's entirely plausible that Ozzy didn't do any of the singing on his last 2 albums. Again, it's so auto-tuned you wouldn't even know. As to whether a hologram show takes off, it all comes down to ticket sales. So far, it's been underwhelming. I hear reports the Dio hologram show, it might as well have been a cardboard cutout with the album playing in the background. So we're curious to see where this goes. These tours appeal because they tap into the deep desire of Gen Xers to relive their youth. Would a hologram show of David Lee Roth doing a selection of some of the most forgettable songs from the Van Hagar era tap into their emotions? Time will tell, as it always does. Thanks again for your work, John McDonald from West Foscray, Australia. Well, John, I am curious about this myself. I heard the Dio thing was a bust as well. I don't know where this is going, but there's all kinds of tricks in the studio and have been for years, no doubt. You know, Dave texted me a couple days ago and said, does Keith Richards really sound that good? Because he was listening to the new Keith Richards track on the Rolling Stones album, Hackney Diamonds. He goes, could he possibly still sound that good? There's got to be some trickery going on in the studios. This whole thing with the Kiss avatars, I mean, I understand where they're going with it. I just don't understand how it could last on a stage show, like a live, like hold people's attention. I can see it being in a video game, on videos, or that kind of thing, on the screen. That's all fine and good. Live in concert, I don't see it. I really think you need that human connection for that to happen. They have one of Dio. There's the ABBA one going on in Europe right now. You also have a Frank Zappa one, which is kind of weird. A friend of mine told me he liked that one because they had the whole live Zappa band, and they just had like Frank hologrammed in. But I don't know how this works. It's got to be really wild to see. Time will tell, but it all depends on pricing and what's available at the time. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I heard about the ABBA tour. So what is it? They can't be bothered going on tour anymore?
Well, they're too old. I mean, and what they did was...
Right. What was the other thing? They feel like they're too old to tour anymore and no one wants to see them or whatever. I mean, I guess it's working to a point because they're doing it, but...
I mean, it's very expensive. This shit is high-tech stuff. So what they do is they'll take, like, Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, and if you look on YouTube, they'll show you maybe like a half-hour little documentary about what they're doing. They'll, like, motion capture Paul Stanley and Gene, like, doing all their moves and everything, performing the songs, and then they recreate an avatar that looks and moves and vibes just like them. So I don't know if they went through their whole catalog and like recorded all their songs and then they could just pull them out and put on a show. I don't know how it works. Obviously with Kiss, you can still put on the big show, but like how is an avatar going to hold an audience for 2 hours? I don't see it.
I don't know if I'm too old school to not appreciate it or see how it works.
I think it would be an interesting experiment because the audience would be more interesting than the actual show because it'd be curious to see how people respond to that. Like, are they,
yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
Good people watching.
Like, people are so excited when, like, Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons come out on stage. I have to be honest with you, I was totally convinced that Paul's son, Evan Stanley, and that Gene's son, Nick Simmons, were going to step in to their roles. And they were going to have Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer continue. It would still be like Stanley and Simmons, but it would be their sons. And I think that they would just go on in their personas with the costumes and the whole thing. I could have sworn that's what they were going to do. But I don't know what the hell they're going to do. I mean, I guess the avatars thing, but apparently they invested like $200 million doing this. So, like, it's no joke. It's not some sort of, like, stupid little idea. Like, it's a really big production. Industrial Light and Magic, which is George Lucas's company, is behind this. So you're talking about, like, some major shit here. I don't know. I'm very curious to see it. I desperately want to know what you charge for that. That's what I want to know.
Well, knowing Kiss, it'll be too much.
Of course. Dave, by the way, the lines for the merch,
Yeah.
I mean, it was like unbelievable.
I'm sure Gene was salivating.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Here's another thing I'll tell you really funny. One of the shirts had Madison Square Garden misspelled. And
really?
Yes, and as you well know, that becomes a collector's item.
Right.
And people are like fighting over that. Letter number 15 comes from Louise in London, another female. And she says here, I love your last episode, and I especially enjoy the early version of Fools being performed at the end with Dave doing his shtick early in his career. He sounds so completely different. I can see why people thought he couldn't sing because he wasn't trained at the time and he was an amateur, but he did improve a lot later when Van Halen became professional. What year was that and where was it performed? Louise in London. Now, it was the Starwood in 77, very cool early rendition of Fools, which was called I Live with Fools at that time. So that's where that came from. Did you enjoy that, Dave?
I did, a lot. Was that the one with the story of Joe?
Yes.
Yes. I always liked the story of Joe
Nice.
when Dave tells that. And I liked the Mike got actually a bass solo segment there,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, back in the day.
which I liked a lot. And the quality of that was pretty damn good,
Amazing.
I have to say.
Amazing.
Yeah. You know what? We're getting a lot of international mail, Dave.
Amazing.
With this mailbag,
Unbelievable.
Right?
All over the map, this one.
Yeah.
And we're ending with our last letter of the night, Dave's favorite part, letter number 16, MJ from Michigan. And he says the Desmond Child interview was one of the best things I've heard in a long time. Absolutely fascinating. Please spend some time unpacking what went down at 5150 around 1989. First of all, I thought Dave had no interaction with the band around that time except for trash talking. Second, if you were going to go through the trouble of bringing Desmond Child into the studio, would you want the singer-songwriter of the band there to collaborate? Third, who buzzes Dave in to open the gate at the bottom of the hill? Maybe the code hadn't changed since 85. Who tips Dave off to this, and would he have known Sammy wasn't there? It's not like someone texted him or called his cell at 89 from 5150. Maybe he knew before this was going to take place and planned to show up. Thanks, MJ in Michigan. Well, MJ, I didn't want to argue with Desmond in the interview, but I thought his timing was off in terms of the years. You got to remember, when looking back at that time, and my God, the career he's had and the amount of people he's worked with, it's very hard to figure out the exact time when that was. I personally think it could have been in 96 or maybe 2000 when the band tried to reunite during that murky period that didn't work out. I wasn't 100% sure. I wasn't going to argue with him, but I have a feeling like either Warner Brothers or one of the record companies was trying to get them together and they needed a hit. They wanted a hit, so they got Desmond in there. I do not think it was 89 because during 89, Sam was there, and there's no way that would have happened with Sam going on, for sure. What do you think, Dave?
I agree with you. I think he may have been wrong about the timing because all of those questions are like valid ones. Like, who's letting Dave into 50-50 in 1989?
Yeah.
I'm not saying Desmond is wrong. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it just seemed very suspect that 1989 or thereabouts would be the year that all happened, that Dave would just drive up. I mean, that's not like a 1989 event. That's quite possibly 96 or later on. But who knows? I mean, stranger things have happened with this band. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, that wraps up the mailbag segment. And we are on to our interview with Darren Paltrowitz, who is the author of the DLR Book and also co-host of the DLR Cast. Dave and I talked to him about his new book, and we go into deep dives on Dave, and that is all coming up next. Take a listen.
Van Halen, heavy metal music, any kind of rock music, is what I call high-velocity folk. I look at heavy metal music, Van Halen's brand, rather, of heavy metal music, as a combination of religion and hockey.
Take a trip to the rock concerts of the 80s in this new full-color 300-page book, Pictures Alive, filled with never-before-seen photos. Go back and see the mighty Van Halen at their peak from two amazing concerts in 1982 and 1984, plus photos from Sammy Hagar and David Lee Roth solo tours, and many other bands of the day. Filled with amazing photos, classic stories, original ticket stubs, and more. If you're a fan of Van Halen, you will not be disappointed. Hit the ground running with Pictures Alive, the new book, now available at picturesalive.net. That's picturesalive.net. picturesalive.net. Get it today.
Need a laugh? Check out the Funny How Comedy Podcast, which focuses on upbeat conversations with legendary comedians. It's free on Spreaker and iTunes. Check us out on Facebook at Funny How Comedy Podcast, on Twitter at Funny How Podcast, on Instagram at Funny How Comedy Podcast, or email us at funnyhowcomedypodcast@gmail.com.
Hello, loyal listeners. Wanted to let you know about our new Patreon. If you like what we do and you have the means, drop us a donation to keep the podcast going. Go to patreon.com/DD Unchained. That's patreon.com/DDUNCHAINED. Any size contributions are greatly appreciated. We have special packages to those who donate $45 or more. You'll get the Unchained package. Trust me, it's worth it. Contribute $65 or more and you can get the Romeo Delight package, which is Unchained plus more. $95 or more scores you the Top Jimmy package, which is the kitchen sink. If you're a Van Halen hardcore and listen to this cast, this is stuff you'll appreciate. It's ear candy. Those who want one of the packages simply email ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com. That's ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com to make arrangements. What is understood need not be discussed.
Hi, this is Jesse Harms, keyboard player for Sammy Hagar, REO Speedwagon, Eddie Money, and a couple more. You're listening to Dave and Dave Unchained.
If you would like to send us a letter asking a question or making a statement or whatever you'd like to say, you can send it to ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com.
Martin Popoff here. Hope you're enjoying this latest episode of Dave and Dave Unchained, the wise swamis on all things VH. Just wanted to remind you that at martinpopoff.com, I've got 2 Van Halen books that I wrote. One is Van Halen, a visual biography, which is basically a big hardcover coffee table book, 400 images, 20,000 word detailed timeline. And the other one is called Unchained, a Van Halen user manual. It's the sort of 120,000 word, very academic, a lot of crazy chapters, a lot of trivia, wordy book that I did on Van Halen. So yes, go to martinpopoff.com. I sign and ship those out of my office here in Toronto. There's PayPal buttons for the US, international, and Canada. Again, Van Halen, a visual biography, and Unchained, a Van Halen user manual. Back to Dave and Dave.
Hey folks, I'd like to introduce you to the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast. Welcome to the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast, where no stone is left unturned in the show's epic quest to review and dissect every single rock album ever made. You can find the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast wherever podcasts can be found, including Spotify, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts. Our website address is classicrockalbumbyalbum.libsyn.com. That's LIBSYN.com. And we can be reached on Facebook at fb.me/Classic Rock Album by Album. See you soon from the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast.
They think alike. They're into a lot of their musical tastes are basically the same, and I mean they probably play as well together as any two musicians ever could, and sometimes it's kind of like I'm going, get my foot in the door here so I can air it out, you know, and get my 2 cents in. But it's great though, and you know, and on the other hand, they are brothers, so you get that human element of it. But as far as musicians go, I mean, I've never met any two brothers or two musicians in a band, for that matter, that are just locked in, just like that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredible guest this evening. He is the author of the new book, DLR Book, How David Lee Roth Changed the World. He is also the co-host of the DLR Cast. Welcome, Darren Paltrowitz.
Wow. Thank you for that introduction. It's an honor to be on your show. Have I crossed party lines?
No, not at all. We are all on the same team, my friend. We all obviously are huge fans of David Lee Roth. Congratulations on the book. It's fantastic. We suggest that all our listeners go out and get it. You can get it where books are sold at Amazon.com. DLR Book, How David Lee Roth Changed the World. How long have you been working on this?
It started off as just a pet project that I was going to do in like late 2020.
Okay.
And it turned into a real book like a year and a half ago when I was able to sell it.
Wow.
And problem with the whole thing was I kept asking my publisher for the ability to put in more words, and they eventually hit a wall and went, Darren, no more. So there's always more to say about Dave.
It's interesting that you say that because right around the size of your book, which is what, like 237 pages or something, right? Everybody seems to stop like right around that area. You're like one of the several authors who say that, like they make you stop around here. Like they won't let you have any more. I guess it must be some sort of marketing thing that like, oh, if it's too big, you know, you're not allowed to sell it.
Yeah.
And then I got the John Corabi book, which is like over 500 pages. I mean, you know, you think he was John Lennon with the book that he has there, but I love it. His book is great, and so is yours. So congratulations on that. We suggest that everybody, if you get a gift card for Christmas from Amazon, definitely want to check out Darren's book, and it's affordable too. It's not too expensive. So just to start off, we wanted to ask you, one thing you talk about in the book, which I thought was very interesting, you say Roth has a duality of highbrow and lowbrow, which I thought was an interesting perspective of yours. Do you think that's genuinely him or purposely put on?
Well, let me back up a little bit because I'm a big fan of both of you. You know, Dave C., I grew up on Long Island like you, reading The Island Ear and seeing your bylines all the time.
Thank you.
So I don't have a context for how much do you two know about Andrew Dice Clay?
Oh, dude, I'm one of his biggest fans.
Quite a bit.
Here's the funny thing. First of all, he's like my favorite comedian, number one. Number two, there's no one who makes me laugh like Dice. And the reason why he makes me laugh is not so much for his vulgarity. I think he is such a freaking character. I'll give you an example. The last time I interviewed Dice, and I've interviewed Dice like a million times. So you have a set time to interview somebody. I call him, and I go, Dice, are you ready? He goes, you know, why don't we start and then we'll backtrack? I was like, backtrack? I was like, what are you talking about? Because like, I want a barbecue. And I was like, Dice, are you barbecuing or are we doing the interview? Like, and he's like, I figured we'd start and then we could go back. I said, back what? After you're passed out on the couch? This is like my conversation with him. And he goes, all right. How long is this going to take? I'm like, we've done this 1,000 times. I said, I need you for like at least 20 minutes or so. Okay, all right. Hold on a minute. I got to get some water. I'm like, all right, go get your water. And I was like, and he's like, all right. What's the first question? He's such a character. And I love his Instagram with him on the street with the people. You want the picture? You saw the same
one with the face.
I just love him. So I'm sorry. Where were you going with Dice? I apologize.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear that we're on the same page with all that kind of stuff. And there's a big divide in the early days of who Andrew Silverstein and who Andrew Dice Clay was.
Sure.
And then over time, he was just so used to becoming Dice that he kind of became Dice.
Yes.
It kind of becomes a struggle to turn it off.
Yeah.
In the case of Roth, I think that at the beginning it was very clear about who David Roth was and then who Diamond Dave was. But at this point in time, I don't know how easily he can turn it off. Somebody who I interviewed for the book, Dave Jellison, I don't think I put it in there.
Okay.
But he talked about how when you're one-on-one with Dave, he can be Dave. Okay. And the second that third person enters the room, Diamond Dave takes off.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that's very true. I find that he's fascinating in that way. It's part of what makes him fascinating, in addition to his artistry. He has the unique ability to never answer a direct question. So do you think he's challenged in that way because it's like an ADD thing? Or do you think that he does that in order to control the conversation?
So if I can add an asterisk to that.
Okay, sure.
There's only like 2 or 3 interviewers that can take him to task and get him to focus, and Howard Stern is one of them.
Yep.
And I recap some of the Stern interviews in the book. You know, with Dave, I don't think that there's any black or white answers. Sometimes you don't know if he's doing stuff because he's bored. Sometimes you don't know if he's playing the long game and it's chess. Sometimes you don't know if he's embarrassed or doesn't want to look back at stuff. It's a character that's kind of evolved in a lot of ways, on top of the fact that he has not been married. He doesn't really have people in his life going, dude, cut that out.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
When you keep weird hours with sleep and you don't have people on a daily basis go, that shirt, don't do that.
Yeah.
When you've been calling your own shots for that many years, who knows what you're doing?
Good point.
But it feels like sometimes he's almost like a politician. It feels like he doesn't answer the question directly. Like Dave and I always joke around that it's like Bozy Bob talk.
Yeah.
Although there was an interview, I can't remember what her name was.
Was it Debbie Millman or something?
Yes.
Debbie Millman, yeah.
Now that interview was phenomenal because he'd give an answer and she'd be like, well, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? Like, she wasn't rude or anything, but she would not let it go. She really wanted to know. And it was like, by the end of the interview, you were like, wow, I think that's the most cohesive interview he's given in years. You're right about, like, art imitating life and it's getting gray. But do you think at this point, like, he just doesn't want to answer the question, so he just goes off into his own thing? And by the time he answers it, like, you're like, I forgot what the question was, so I guess we'll just move along.
There is a possibility of that. Now, Dave C., I don't know if this is you, but and this is a good thing. Don't worry. This is a good thing.
Yeah.
So in 2003, when I interviewed Dave, I got him for Long Island Entertainment, which was our jabroni newspaper that nobody read.
Right.
Then there was Good Times, there was Newsday, The Islandeer. Right. There was all those. And did you interview Roth on that? Because if you did, there's something to laugh about.
Okay, well, I interviewed Roth in 94 for Your Filthy Little Mouth. It was in The Islandeer, because I wrote for The Islandeer for 10 years, and then I wrote for Good Times for 10 years. I'm trying to remember, you're talking about 2003. I don't remember if I interviewed him for a second time. I'm trying to remember. I think I was supposed to, and I don't know if it happened. I'm trying to remember.
I don't know if it was Don Sill. I still remember those names.
Right, right.
So in that era, I got him, Good Times got him, and Newsday all got him, all due to our mutual friend Mitch Schneider.
Right.
And the Newsday piece came out first. And I saw he was giving the same exact answers he gave me to different questions. I'm like, oh boy. Then I saw the Good Times one. It was the same exact answers to different questions again.
Okay.
And then I just went, I'm not publishing this article. So I remember my question that he answered for my, like, any last words for the kids was an anecdote that he gave about something that he learned on the road the other day.
Right, yeah.
So I wonder if it's a Gene Simmons kind of thing where instead of writing a new album, he writes a new set list of banter for interviews every album cycle.
I think he does. I think you touched on this in your book, actually. Like, he feels that's part of the gig, is the PR of it. It's not like he sits there and goes, I guess I got to do a bunch of interviews today, whatever. It's just as important to him, I think, or almost as important as writing lyrics to a song. Do you think that?
Yeah, although who knows how many lyrics he's actually written over the years. I say that because as the book kind of goes into with the A Little Ain't Enough album, a lot of those were songs that other people wrote that he kind of put the last 10% on. And then you take a term like Crazy from the Heat, and that's a lyric, and that was his movie, and that was his book title. So you don't know if he takes the same 25 ideas and just recycles them in some form. And we just, on a Willy Wonka-like expedition, we didn't catch some of the clues, so we're not getting the golden ticket.
That's interesting because I was always under the impression when he worked with outside people that they would write the music and then he would throw down the lyrics. Are you saying you don't think that's always the case?
I'm going to say the word allegedly about 6 times, so that way none of us can get sued, okay?
That's fair.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
But when I interviewed Robbie Neville, who's credited as the co-writer on 2 of the songs on A Little Ain't Enough, he told me that he wrote and demoed the song and sang the guide vocal.
Wow.
And he gave it to Dave with the title. I'd have to check what I wrote. I wrote it such
Living
a long
in
time
Luxury.
ago,
Living in Luxury.
Exactly. Yeah. So that came from Robbie.
Yeah.
And then Sensible Shoes, I believe, was given to him. Is that the song that Dan Navarro, Dave's cousin, wrote?
Oh, that could be. Yeah, that's the bluesy tune. That
Yeah.
was the second single for sure. And, you know, it's funny what you mentioned earlier, Darren, about doing the press and stuff like that. I think that was a very large portion of his responsibility in Van Halen. I mean, he took over all the press, did all the radio, did all the TV. He was the face of Van Halen. Eddie, as incredible as he was on the guitar, as a personality, you didn't know him at all.
At all.
I never
agree.
heard Eddie's voice until 5150 came out. I never heard him speak until then. And even Alex would be in the background yesing Dave or laughing or something. This is the thing, and I always talk about this on the podcast. As much as Edward had this incredible talent, Dave built this stage to put Eddie on. And without that, you know, Eddie could be Alan Holdsworth. You know what I mean? Like just a genius guitarist, but he kept raising the stage and making the stage bigger and wider and got so much attention. He's the carnival barker. He just is.
Exactly.
He's the guy who brings everybody into the tent. And Eddie is, you know, the lion in the tent for sure. Want to also ask you, Dave has often been accused of lifting Jim Dandy's persona from Black Oak, Arkansas. Do you believe there's any truth to that claim?
Dave name checks Jim Dandy in his book a little bit.
Yeah.
And people brought that up. There's that one live video from TV of Jim Dandy to the rescue, and people go, see, the white pants, the Fair Warning tour.
The hair,
But I think that Dave is the product of a lot of influences.
Yeah.
So I think that if you said, you know, how would you describe Dave? I wouldn't say 100% Jim Dandy. I would say maybe it's 10% Jim Dandy, and then you would mix more danceable artists and soul artists and Mick Jagger. He's talked a lot about Mick Jagger that Ain't Talking About Love is somehow his impression of Mick Jagger, which makes zero sense to me at all.
Well, it's interesting. He says that on the Downtown sessions. Those interviews are absolute gold. I've never seen such a introspective moment with Ed and Al and Dave actually speaking like adults and reflecting on their career. Honest to God, that was so incredibly informative to me. One thing he said there is he said something like, oh, I'm doing Bowie, but it doesn't sound like Bowie. It's like when Ed used to say, I could play Black Sabbath and I'll make it sound like me, because it goes through the Eddie Van Halen filter. So when Dave would do his thing, he can't help but be Dave. Like, he's just Dave. He has a whole mannerism and a way about him. So even if he's trying to imitate Bowie or Jagger, it comes out as Dave. So he might be inspired by all that. And I think a lot of that must come from, and I was going to ask your perspective on this, how much of the impact do you think Roth's days at Cafe Wah and the incredible amount of talent and diversity that came through his uncle's club had an impact on his musical taste and perspective?
So he talked about that a lot in his book, and he had Uncle Manny on the K-Rock show, and didn't Manny live to be close to 100?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, late 90s.
Yeah, so more power to that guy. I think that Dave is revisionist historying how influential all that was.
Right.
I'm sure it mattered a lot to him, but if you remember in the Crazy from the Heat book, think of how much he talked about Cafe Wah. Was it, 20 pages?
Yeah.
And then you think of how much he talks about the Eat 'em and Smile Band. And was it literally 3 pages?
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
So you go, okay, the Eat 'em and Smile Band technically disbanded after the recording of Skyscraper. But Steve Vai was in his life big time for 4-ish years.
Yeah.
And you go, so you going to Cafe Wha as a kid means so much more than the people you actually toured the world and wrote everything and we're going to make a movie with. Okay. I don't know. It smells a little fishy to me.
It's probably hard for an editor to tie Dave down and say, this is what people want to read about you.
Yeah.
Right? Because allegedly he had enough. I think you mentioned this in your book, too. He had enough for like another book, at least.
Yeah.
He did.
But that was even more rambling than what was in the book to begin with. Speaking of David Lee Roth's early days, and we were talking about lyrics before, one of the things in your book that you mentioned, you interviewed Steve Brown from, now I can't remember.
Trickster, Danger, Danger, Dennis D. Young.
Yeah.
Other stuff.
Right.
Def Leppard. I think he produced the new Ace Frehley record, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I love that new single.
His first song off that is splendid, by the way.
Amazing.
So I recommend that to everybody, but I digress. Anyway, in your book, you interviewed Steve Brown, and he had said that Ted Templeman was responsible for a lot of the vocal melodies on Van Halen 1 and 2, and not David Lee Roth. And I was really surprised to hear that. Number one, because I always thought Dave was responsible for the vocal melodies. But number two, if you've listened to the demos of the songs, the vocal melodies are already there. So I'm kind of like, then how much did Ted contribute? So I was just really surprised to hear Steve make that claim. And I was wondering what you thought about that. Like, do you think there's any truth to that?
A different kind of truth? In the case of Steve, who does know his stuff, I assume that whatever he's saying is coming from the Alex perspective or Alex viewpoint, because him and Alex are very tight. Steve was tight with Eddie. Most people don't realize that about Steve, because you don't necessarily hear about Eddie hanging out with a lot of musicians, nor Alex. But then again, that's because you don't hear anything about Alex or Eddie. Going back to the Ted Templeman thing, I've heard that from some people, that Ted was the glue that held everything together. And then from other people, you hear the exact opposite. It's the same thing with Noel Monk.
Yeah.
People say, hey, that Noel Monk book is full of fiction. And then there's other people that go, hey, they wouldn't be Van Halen without Noel Monk.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Ted?
I tell you, Ted is such a mystery to me. I think he's an incredible producer because I love his work on the Doobie Brothers and on other bands as well. I love his style of production. I even love the Aerosmith album he did. However, he confuses me because I think him and Don Landy really did an unbelievable job on pulling out Van Halen's sound. Because Van Halen were raw. They were raw. They were a club band. They were a backyard band. They made them sound so good. And I'm not talking about studio wizardry. I'm talking about knowing how to record them and get the proper stuff out. And remember, we're talking about the 70s, late 70s. They really made them sound so good that when you put those first 6 albums on, today they still sound fresh as can be. They do not sound dated. You put on 5150, as much as I love it, it sounds dated. It immediately takes you back to 86. But like the Led Zeppelin albums, you put them on today, it doesn't sound like that much time has passed. It sounds fresh. It sounds like it's in the room. The way they had them record together in the room and then captured that sound, I think is brilliant. And I will credit both Ted and Don. I think they were an incredible team. But the thing that really blows my mind, and, hang on to your seat because Dave's about to scream.
Here we go.
No, but listen, I have to ask Darren this question. This is important. So there was a quiet war, in my opinion, going on during 84. In the sense that we all know Ed obviously branched out, built 5150, was very frustrated after Fair Warning, was even more frustrated after Diver Down with all the covers, and he created his own studio, and him and Don ran the studio, and they put 1984 together there, and Ted was not happy with it, and he was in and out, and there was all kinds of games and shenanigans going on, and people can read about it in all the different books. It's strange to me. I feel like there's a story that's somebody's hiding and sitting on. And let me tell you why, because it just seems like, why would Ted tell Sammy Hagar such precious private information like Roth is leaving Van Halen. He actually called Sammy to tell him that. I mean, if you're on somebody's team, if you're on the New York Giants or you're on the Mets or whatever, you don't start giving away team secrets or team insider information. That I thought was strange. The other thing I thought was strange was the Crazy from the Heat project coming after 1984. And I don't understand, like, how the Van Halen brothers didn't know that this EP was coming out and it was on their label with their producer, with their singer. I mean, it's like, dude, are you serious? Like, how is that legally even possible? So I found that kind of odd. And then they found out, like, very late in the game. I mean, the fucking thing was recorded. Then they give Dave the biggest publicity of any EP in the history of fucking the music business. He's on the cover of Rolling Stone. Fucking Van Halen never made the cover of Rolling Stone. He's on the Letterman show. Fucking Van Halen was never on the Letterman show. I mean, it was like all these big things. You know, he's hosting MTV, you know, New Year's Eve by himself, doing all these wild things, big budget videos, and it's like, seriously? Now, if you're trying to keep a band together, do you really just take one of the kids and give them all the Christmas presents and piss off the rest of them? I mean, it just seemed a little weird, like why he would do that. And I personally think, this is just my opinion, I have no facts on this, but just reading the tea leaves all these years, it just seems like that Ted knew the ship was breaking apart. And I'll give him credit for this. I'm actually giving Ted credit here. I think he went out of his way to keep both ships under the same umbrella. And he did it. I mean, how is it that David Lee Roth didn't have a solo career on Elektra Records or on Atlantic or something? Like, how did he remain under the Warner Brothers umbrella and never sued Van Halen, and there was no legal problems between them, and he just left and had his own solo career? I think all kinds of behind-the-scenes stuff was made and promises and stuff like that. There was something strange there, and I think he knew that they couldn't work together anymore. And he says in his book that Greg Renoff wrote with him that he really thought they were going to get back together, like after 5150. In fact, he didn't want to really call the band Van Halen when they did the 5150 album because he felt like, well, you know, Dave is so synonymous with the name Van Halen, which is so funny because number one, it was Eddie and Alex's name, and number two, Dave suggested it as the band name. So I just found that so odd. Absolute. Hey, what?
Do you have a question for Darren?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I did. I said
as an excuse to go off on your soapbox and your crack conspiracy theories.
Let me just time mark it.
I just want to know if I can crack a beer open while you go off for the next 50
Why don't you?
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, crack your beer.
I have an entirely different understanding and viewpoint on.
This is what I want to hear. This is what I want to hear.
Why don't you share that?
Why don't you share that? Let me just time mark that at 27 minutes and 50 seconds in, you became the cock. All right, so go ahead. We're going to hear.
So, Darren, what's your perspective on this, please?
Before I tell you that, you ever notice that all these two host Van Halen-related shows have the person that rants and then the nice person?
Oh, I wouldn't call Dave the nice person. You know, enough with this shit. He's quiet. He's nice. This motherfucker.
Darren, your check's in the mail.
Okay. Well, I have a different perspective on all this. That I agree that Ted is and was a power broker because he was double dipping in a way by being Van Halen's producer and a Warner Brothers executive.
Yes.
Because in those days, there were staff producers, which is a very rare thing. Tom Werman was one, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
But I think that if you look at Eddie's history of playing on other people's projects, even before Thriller, there was the Nicolette. Was it Nicolette Larson?
Yes.
I keep getting her last name.
Yes, it was a favorite of Ted, by the way.
Yeah. So he played on that,
Yep.
and he did the Dweezil Zappa teenage thing.
Yep.
And he's scoring The Wildlife, and he's sneaking off the Back to the Future track, which they didn't immediately admit that was him.
Right.
And he's scoring that made-for-TV movie with Valerie Bertinelli called The Seduction of Gina.
Right.
So he's allowed to do all those things and Thriller and not tell Dave.
Right.
And then Dave goes, hey, I think I'm going to satisfy my artistic muse. You're fired. I think there was some kind of a breakdown of, well, Eddie could do whatever he wants. So Dave thought, okay, so I can do my movie and I could do my EP. and somehow that was being like a Benedict Arnold traitor kind of situation. So I don't think that Dave thought that he was quitting Van Halen.
Oh, I don't think so
thought Dave
either.
was just going, well, Eddie can do it, and Starfleet and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to do that because I create stuff and I don't have a wife or a serious relationship, and I like to do stuff and travel the world. So I thought that Dave was going to do that EP while Van Halen wanted to take some time off. So then that's when he was going to do his movie. Then he asked Eddie to score the movie, and supposedly that's when all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
So that's when Dave was creating his Parachute.
Yeah.
Now, something that Dave Jellison told me, I mentioned him before, he was on the crew with Van Halen from Diver Down on, and he continued with Dave through Eat 'Em and Smile, and he worked on the Skyscraper tour, but I don't think he went out with it. I think he designed some of the show.
Yeah.
And before all that, he was one of the first bassists in Rat, if not the first bassist.
Right.
So anyway, he knows where the bodies are buried. He's not under non-disclosure.
Right.
Great guy, successful commercial director. He has no reason to make himself look good. He moved on. He's successful.
Yeah.
So his thought was that Eat 'Em and Smile was just supposed to be the soundtrack to the movie.
Yeah.
And the movie was going to be the way, hey, Cher, Madonna, Dave. Like, he was going to be a movie star. He wasn't going to do world tours and be a solo artist. This was Dave stepping outside of the traditional album cycle, tour cycle thing. He was going to do his movie and then probably come back to Van Halen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think he saw what Prince did with Purple Rain and how tremendous that was. And he was like, oh, and he already had the massive success with the videos. Like, between him and Pete Angelis, it was so clear that they were like, oh, dude, this is like for us. I mean, let's be honest. He had a knack for visuals and humor matched with rock and roll. I mean, he knew how to fucking do it. Dave knew how to take pictures. Dave knew how to do videos. Dave knew how to do all the visual stuff. He knew how to put together a live show. He knew how to grab attention immediately. When he went on the radio, he would grab attention, and he would be funny, and he just had it. He had that thing. And that was great because Van Halen had incredible music, just incredible music. And Dave was this incredible, delicious whipped cream that went on this incredible cake. So it was like a perfect kind of thing. So what I didn't understand was when Dave's movie deal fell through, why didn't you just take it to another studio?
So he did sue CBS Pictures and get his director's fee and maybe some more money. And that is not the only time that a project has been canceled for him. He sued, he got his money, and he didn't resume it. One of his talk show interviews after the deal fell through, I forget which of the late night talk shows it was, if it was Joan Rivers or something, but he'd said, yeah, we're going to take it to other studios, and he ultimately didn't.
Yeah.
But a recurring theme in this book and with just Dave in general is he's saying, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
And he doesn't.
Yeah.
And he shifts his attention to something else.
Yeah.
The number of projects with Dave that have been rumored that didn't get finished or whatever is just huge. Like that 2004 Vegas run that didn't happen. You know, there's just so many of them.
There's so many.
Why do you think that is? Because he is such an accomplished individual, but sometimes it feels like the ADD kicks in and, you know, he's on to the next bright, shiny thing.
Yeah.
I'm not demeaning him with saying that he has a lack of focus. A lot of it harkens back to you have a smart, motivated person, but also he's a creative, artistic person. So there's emotions and feelings and impulses without giving up who it is. One of the people who was in the Vegas band was telling me, you know, with this particular song, he'd go, okay, we're not playing it to any tracks, so let's rehearse it. And then he'd hear it, and he'd go, no, put in these tracks. And then they'd put in the tracks, and then he'd go, no, do it without the tracks. It's not always the first take or the first draft. There's a lot of second guessing and a lot of later on figuring things out.
I wanted to also ask you, Darren, is where do you stand on Sammy Hagar? Do you like the Van Halen with Sammy Hagar? Do you consider it a separate band, or do you just dismiss him completely?
I respect how nice you guys are to Gary Cherone. Can I give you that compliment?
Sure, of course. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Well, I mean, we're respectful to all eras of the band.
Yeah.
I mean, So Secret, we prefer the Dave era, but,
Yeah.
you know, we're not so quick to shoot down the other eras of the band. I mean, you know, Dave thinks Van Halen 3 is, well, he thinks more of it than I do, obviously.
No. I have a stupid fascination with Van Halen 3. It's almost like when you see a bad movie and you really like the actors and you're like, what were they thinking when they made this? Like, it has that kind of, and the more and more I listen to it, the more and more I'm like so puzzled by it. And like no one raised their hand and said, guys, I think we're like about 20 miles off base here. Like no one stepped in. No one said, this is not Van Halen. Like it just doesn't have the Van Halen flavor. And, you know, the way we look at it, and I'll sum this up quickly before Dave yells again, but like, you know, we look at it like the era with Sam. I call it Van Hagar. Even Sam calls it Van Hagar, for Christ's sake. It really is a different era and a different band. And the reason why is because I think everything was different. Like the sound was different, the style was different. And don't get me wrong, of course, Sammy and his lyrics and everything's going to change things. But even Eddie's like guitar playing was different. Like everything was different, which is fine. But I really think it's a totally different era. The Mighty Van Halen, the first 6 albums from when they started in late 72 right up to 84, like that was just such a pure mighty force. The Mighty Van Halen, you can't reinvigorate that. You just can't. So when they went and did the thing with Sammy, that's how we stand. And what I wanted to ask you was what I was absolutely shocked in, because I came in to Van Halen about 82. I started listening to Diver Down, but I couldn't get to go see them until 1986 on the 5150 tour. And I was kind of shocked because, number one, they played very few old Van Halen songs. Number two, there was this anti-Dave campaign that I was like, what the fuck is this? I mean, they were trashing Dave. And I can't believe Warner Brothers even allowed them to do it, because if you think about it, now that I'm older and I have more perspective and I've, you know, studied Van Halen for so much, if you look at like, and I wanted to ask you about this, the lyrics on the inside, I think Good Enough is almost Sammy mocking Dave. Like the whole Hello Baby and the mid-break thing, like, and then all the banners, you know, Ed Leffler and I think Sammy cooked up what I call the anti-Dave campaign. We're not going to do videos. We're going to hold up anti-Dave banners at the show. We're going to do lyrical jokes on the inside. We're going to badmouth him in the press. And it was like, I don't know if that's Sammy's insecurity. I know Sammy was a boxer, so he kind of has that, you know, like Muhammad Ali trash talk thing. And maybe that was it. But, I mean, you think Dave would be the one to do that? But he really was kind of quiet about Van Halen. Were you surprised that ridiculous anti-Dave and who's Dave and David Lee who and all this bullshit went on?
Of course, and the Van Halens have a history of doing that, but let me say something really nice about Dave. Besides you two, the other Dave, the Dave that the book is about, this didn't occur to me until I was doing an interview a day or two ago. Okay, let me ask you this. What did Dave ever say about the Sam and Dave tour after it happened?
He didn't really talk about it.
He never said anything.
No.
So when's the last time that Dave badmouthed Sammy publicly?
The closest he ever got was when he was talking to Joe Rogan, and he was just talking about the difference between his song and Sam's song. He wasn't even shooting Sam down on that
No,
one
he just said,
So we can't clearly come up with a time when Roth outwardly bashed Sammy. And then when's the last time that Sammy bashed Dave?
Oh, please. What time is it?
Whenever he breathes.
What time is it? About 3 hours ago. I have no idea. I mean, let me tell you something. Sammy's very loose with the mouth. And I like Sammy. Yeah. I've met Sammy. I've interviewed Sammy. I actually like him. And I think he's a nice guy. I think it comes out of nerves or insecurity or something. I'm not really sure. But he said some shit even about Ed and, I mean, Al. It's like, let me tell you something. One of our guests had once told us, Dave is a pain in the ass.
Was this the Deep Throat that told you that?
He said, Dave is a pain in the ass, but he has never burnt the brothers. He's never burnt the brothers. He's never hurt them. He's never done anything against them behind their back. He's never stabbed them in the back. He's a pain in the fucking ass. But they feel like Sammy has really burnt them in many ways. And, look, his book, what he said in his book about Ed, and granted, I'm sure there's a lot of true things in there about what happened, but, sometimes when someone has an illness as deep as Ed had in terms of his alcoholism and really acted way out of line, sometimes you don't tell everybody those things. There was some real blood on those pages, and I don't think Al forgot that, and that's why he's not returning Sammy's call. It's pretty clear.
I think that is for sure one of the reasons why. I think the Cabo Wabo business failure where Sammy bought them out and then turned it around and made it extremely profitable, that did not help.
That did not.
No, that's complete. I think that just happened by circumstance, but it's very suspicious looking, and you can't blame the brothers for how did that happen?
Yeah. And let me ask you this, Darren. Dave gets so much shit for his voice. Do you feel it's unwarranted or justified? I'll just tell you how I look at it. Like, Sammy's a singer. And let's be honest, Sammy has a better voice than Dave.
Yeah.
Dave is a stylist. Dave has a way of turning a phrase, and the way he screams and yelps. It's a different thing. It's like comparing John Corabi to Vince Neil. Like, John Corabi could really sing. Vince Neil's a stylist. Yeah. So how do you view it?
I think that anyone who just goes outright, oh, well, Dave could never sing live, they haven't watched the show that I'm endlessly obsessed with from 99, which is MTV Finland, that's still on YouTube.
That's a good one.
That's a great show.
Great show.
Yes, he's great on that. I think in the era of the DLR band in general, he was singing great. The first run of the Van Halen reunion, the 07 shows, he was the star of the show. He was excellent.
Yep.
Now, what I think that this boils down to is one of my theories. I can't substantiate this, but I think it's pretty spot on. Dave has 3 to 5 things he's obsessed about and does endlessly and is trying to perfect at any given time. And if that is true, singing is sometimes one of those things and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
By that I mean he might go, okay, so I'm going to learn Japanese swordplay, Portuguese, acoustic guitar. He just picks his thing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get head to toe tattooed, and I'm going to raise a dog.
Yeah.
And some of the time, his hobbies don't include the singing.
Yeah.
The Vegas shows, I think we were standing 4 feet apart at one of those Vegas shows because I saw some of your photos on Facebook.
Okay.
My wife and I were in the front.
Nice.
The singing was not so great, but he was talking about that he was taking vocal lessons for it.
Yeah. I watched his live pattern. I almost feel like he gets distracted by the crowd, or the way he drops in and out of lyrics, I think, is the most disturbing part. And it's like, Dave, focus. Like, get on the dime. Like, don't skip 5 words and then come back into the song. Like, that looks sloppy. So I think that's a little annoying. I also think that he is misunderstood in some ways, but I also think he gets carried away with his Dave-ness, his persona, his, look at all the
being
people
Diamond
here
Dave.
tonight. Yeah, he the Diamond Dave thing, right? He just gets to be a little too much with that. Now, let me ask you this. In terms of 1996, there are people that said that Dave knew full well about Gary Cherone, and it wasn't such a blindsiding, that he was trying to win the band over into doing a reunion, and that they weren't having it. And I think the band was maybe nervous because Dave wasn't in great vocal shape at the time. I mean, he came out on stage, in mom jeans and a Super Bowl hat. It was like, dude, does anybody give this guy a haircut, dye his hair, do something? Like, no one's, helping him out there. You know what I mean? Like, he needed some sort of guidance, and it was clear that he wasn't getting it. And I wanted to ask you, some people think that he knew about Gary Cherone. I think Gary Cherone has mentioned in interviews that he watched the MTV thing from, Ed's guest house.
Yeah, I think that's the Mitch Malloy story, that he was watching it and saw Roth and went, okay, I'm out. And then he walked away, and then Gary Cherone was part of that. And you also had the interview with our favorite Canadian blues rock singer, Sass Jordan, and she was in the rotation too.
Yeah.
So it's unclear how many people were around. I heard a story from an old friend of a friend. You might be able to think of this guy's name. I think his name is Russ, and he was the keyboardist for a while in Aerosmith.
Oh, Russ Irwin.
90s,
Russ
2000s.
Irwin. I interviewed him back in college. Russ Irwin was a upcoming pop star who then became a backing musician, most famously for Aerosmith. He would play keyboards and double behind Steven's voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I was told was that at one point Van Halen was thinking in the late 90s or early 2000s of adding a keyboard player. They said, okay, we're flying you out. And I don't know how true the story is, but, so we're going to say allegedly 5 times.
Yeah.
But it was a friend of Russ's who told me this. He knocks on the door, and Eddie's like, yeah? It's like, here to audition? Oh, yeah. Okay. And then it was awkward, and it didn't happen.
Oh.
But I think that there's so many of those, and have you guys ever heard my rants or curiosity about Alan Fitzgerald?
Yes. Are you referencing the fact that he was the, for lack of a better term, like the keyboard guy or the keyboard tech on like lots of Van Halen tours, and he
quote unquote keyboard tech who was playing offstage keyboards and possibly singing.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy
right, well,
from
that was
Night Ranger.
Well, that was the question, right?
Yeah.
So the question always was he playing live keyboards behind the curtain, or was he just responsible for pre-programming everything and hitting the button when it was time for the keyboards?
I believe he was playing because some songs have 2 keyboard parts going on, or Ed starts playing keyboard.
Yeah.
I think he was on most of the Van Hagar tours.
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 Dave reunion tours.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
So it makes you wonder how many hidden people in the Van Halen history we've never found out about due to NDAs and people being afraid of exposing what's going on. How many Russ Irwins and Alan Fitzgeralds and Sass Jordans are there?
But it always felt like that during that time, during the 90s, that Eddie would like nonchalantly know people or ask people to sing. And they're like, oh, that's great. You're in the band, right? And he would tell
everybody's
this to,
in the band. I know.
I'm not saying this happened, but it felt like he would tell that to a bunch of people. And then finally it'd be like, Ed, listen, we got to pick somebody. You've already told half a dozen people they're in the band. So we really need to make a decision now, because Mitch Malloy keeps calling me and asking me when we're starting, but Gary's in your guest house. So what are we doing here, dude?
Yeah, so going back, because I way sidebarred you, and I apologize for the way sidebar, but like, did Dave know that he was not the guy in 96? I think that you guys helped answer the question. Who knows what they were telling him? Plus, you look at Dave's bad behavior in that period, that the disruption that he caused on stage at the VMAs on the live TV, his bad behavior at the press conference. I have a story of what MTV VJ Kennedy told me happened with her. And then he goes on Howard Stern within a day or 2 of that.
Oh, that was a mess.
And one more thing, and Desmond Childs, who you guys have had on your show, who I've interviewed a few times, he kicked him out of a writing session. So I think he was kind of coming into it being Diamond Dave, being an egotistical guy, being not user-friendly. So back to you guys.
But honestly, the answer to your question, Darren, is how much did he know? All you have to do is listen to the lyrics of Me Wise Magic. And especially Can't Get This Stuff No More. And he knew. He knew. There's no doubt in my mind that he knew this was temporary at best. But one of the things I wanted to ask you was, so after that whole thing imploded, they went with Gary. That lasts a few years. So they try again in 2000. And this was, I thought, one of the most interesting parts of your book is when, and I don't want to give away all the secrets because I want people to read the book.
Are you talking about the Frank Meyer section?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
I'm
cool.
talking about that interview you did with him was phenomenal in terms of identifying the songs that were done, how much was recorded. And I was just like, whoa, you pegged it. If he's speaking the truth, you finally identified what these guys worked on in 2000.
Thank you.
Well, number one, I just wanted to say thank you for that. And number two, like, not that I'm doubting your sources, but like this has always been, like you said, one of these gray areas. So do you really think that's how it went down? Do you have any reason to doubt him?
Can I tell you what I think is a funny story that I haven't told anybody about that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I've gotten to know Jeff Hausman, who runs Van Halen News Desk, who's kindly selling the book. Him and Eric Senich are so supportive of what I do. Great guys.
Awesome.
And like everybody, Jeff thought that I was completely full of crap until he saw the Frank Meyer thing that I had that recapped that, because he said tons and tons of people had come to him over the years and go, yeah, so I heard these demos they cut with Dave, and they're great. And then Jeff Hausman would ask them one question, which would prove whether they were lying or not. And that question was, anything remarkable or distinct about these demos? And the answer that he was looking for was that they cut off mid-song.
Yes.
Because they weren't finished songs.
Yes.
And so Jeff said the second that I said that publicly, he knew I wasn't lying.
Because it was Dave's protective measure. They would cut mid-song because Eddie controls everything at 5150, and Dave is like, I have no way of proving you're just going to release this. So that's what he did, for sure. That was great that you had that, and everybody, like I said, should go out and get this book and support Darren. I think it's such very detailed minutia that the people who listen to this podcast are going to enjoy. It's not for a casual reader, it's for the sick bastards that we are, that we love so much of it. So it's got all of those chocolate chips in it that you guys are going to want, for sure. Lots of little details. Wanted to ask you also about a recent thing that came up in regards to A Different Kind of Truth. Now, you heard Wolf making his recent comment that Dave doesn't like A Different Kind of Truth, which is why he is preventing it from being on streaming services. Now, my question to you is, I had also heard a little bit of a different story, which was a little shady and in the background about some sort of discrepancy over money. And is it that he has an issue with A Different Kind of Truth, or is it more along the lines of maybe he's not signing off on something because he feels like he's owed a little kashish?
I have a combination of theory and fact.
Okay.
Which is that I don't think he likes that album. Somebody told me I was wrong about that, but Dave does not like Van Halen music. Like, fight me on that one.
Yeah.
He doesn't like rock music. When he talks about what he listens to, he talks about outlaw country,
dance,
and Rock the Bells, and
dance music.
Yeah, he does not like rock music, and Eddie has spoken about that publicly.
Yep.
Who did Dave want to open up for Van Halen? Kool and the Gang.
How did that
I love Kool and the Gang, don't get me wrong, but
we're good.
He's not a rock guy, so I think that's the first part of it. Second part of it, when I interviewed Ross Hogarth, who engineered it, he said that basically the album was made separately between the Van Halen and Dave.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a pleasurable experience for all parties involved. Third thing is, I think that Dave is holding out for a renegotiation with Warner Brothers. I cannot prove that.
Yeah.
But this is part of a 10-year deal reversion.
Okay.
So I expect that Live in Tokyo will come off when that hits the 10-year mark as well.
Oh.
And maybe you see it under the Warner umbrella, and these are bargaining chips to get a nice upfront advance.
Yeah, I was thinking that because I have been trying to contact the people at Interscope to say, where the hell is this album? This is ridiculous. This is a major American rock band who is missing an album on streaming services, and it's Eddie Van Halen's last album, and Jesus Christ, you're removing it off of streaming? We can't even have what exists? That's insane.
Well, Azoff cut that deal, so an Azoff deal is untouchable. And Azoff is supposedly why they went to Interscope/Universal, because he would get the Sweetheart deal on that. So I'm anticipating that we'll eventually see it when Warner does some anniversary thing, and that's going to eventually tie in with a box set or some new release. There's smart people involved in this. They know that playing the waiting game, they can afford to do that, and it'll always prove more money. And let's face it is about the money.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Everything's about the money, for sure. I wanted to also ask you, in regards to Dave's acting, what did you make of the short Japanese film that he acted in, which I thought he did an amazing job in? And also, how did Dave end up on the fucking Sopranos?
Sopranos, how he wound up in there, I thought he either had CAA or William Morris representing him as an actor at that time.
Right.
Because Dave has always had agency representation, just whether or not he does anything is a different deal.
Right.
So in that era, he had his Conan cameo and Strumming with the Devil and the K-Rock radio show. He was very active as a New York guy at that point in time.
Yeah.
So it's more like, where wasn't he that he was invited to be on? Now, in terms of the Japanese short film, I had the pleasure of speaking with 3 of the people behind the scenes and Konashiki, the sumo wrestler who's briefly in it. And it was, how do I put this delicately? There was not a real script or a plan to the whole thing. I'm not going to say it was improv, but the people behind the scenes really did not know what was going on. This is more like Dave going, I'll pay you this much, you show up.
Wow.
This is what I want to do.
Well, I have to say, he had great screen presence, so I always thought that he could have done acting and gone in that career. And I want to also ask you, are you aware of the scene from Wayne's World 2 that got cut out?
No, I've never heard of this.
Okay, wait.
Tell me about it.
He was in Wayne's World 2. Wait a second.
I'm trying to place this right now because I remember Aerosmith took the part that Nirvana dropped out on.
Yes. Let me explain. He's not in the end product. So what I did was I found out at the time when it was filming that he shot a scene in Wayne's World 2. Then, I'm trying to remember, hold on. Wayne's World came out, what was it, 92? Something like that. All right. So then what happened?
93 or 94, because Aerosmith had a song from Get a Grip on it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get
that was Wayne's World 2, right? So now I think when I interviewed Dave, and I interviewed Dave at the Warner Brothers office face to face. I was 24 years old, and I was like, I always tell Dave this story, and I'll tell you real quick. It's just kind of funny. You know, you say something. I think you start off the book with it. How you asked Dave to do your outgoing voice message, which I loved. I love that because it obviously it's like a fan thing, right? So Dave always teases me because I went to the interview with a backpack full of Dave stuff for him to sign, which is so ridiculous, and unprofessional, but I was a kid at the time. So I swear to God, though, I have to tell you, you know what he told me? Take everything out of the backpack. He told one of his people, lay it all out on this table, and he signed every single piece.
I
believe
And by the way, that's not the first time Dave has done that with David Lee Roth, because I witnessed the second time he did that.
But it wasn't as bad the second time. It was just a handful of CD covers.
Oh, it was more than a handful.
You know what? I'm going to give you a handful. How about that?
Oh, to the moon.
Anyway, listen, wait a minute. Getting back to the Wayne's World 2. So he filmed a scene with Wayne's World 2 with like Garth and Wayne, and it got cut out of the movie. I also think Peter Frampton was in the scene with him, and somehow it got cut out. I had read about it when it was in the making during, like, Metal Edge. Remember when, like, Jerry from Metal Edge used to put, like, every fucking thing in there? She was great. God rest her soul. She's dead now. Yeah. But she used to live, breathe, and sleep that magazine, and she had all these cool little deets in that crazy magazine, and she wrote about Dave and Peter Frampton being in this movie. And then when the movie came out and I ran to go see the movie, where the fuck is Dave? And I was like, what the fuck? So when I saw Dave, I was like, whatever happened to Wayne's World 2? And he's like, it ended up on the cutting room floor. And I said, well, what happened in the scene? And he goes, it was just a quick, hey, Diamond Dave type of thing or whatever. But he said it was just a quick cameo. But there's a little known fact there. Yeah, he was in Wayne's World 2, so that was cool. And I also want to ask you, why do you think the Eat 'Em and Smile tour, which was billed as a world tour, never went overseas?
You know, that never came up.
Okay.
Because obviously the ticket sales were very strong on there, and it just did the U.S. and Canada, which I guess if you say two countries, you can say the world. But it didn't go to Europe or Japan or Australia like Skyscraper did.
Yeah.
And A Little Ain't Enough did go to Europe.
Yep.
I don't think it went to Japan.
No, but it went to like Finland, places
Sweden,
like Sweden,
yeah.
Stuff like that. Now, also, why do you think Dave abandoned his solo catalog so quickly? I mean, it just seemed like wherever he performed, he just abandoned it. You even said in your book, like, there was times he wasn't even playing Yankee Rose. You mentioned in your book, when he was doing the Vegas shows in 2020, he was like, that's a novelty song. And it's like, it's Yankee Rose. It's like one of your biggest songs.
Yeah, that intel came to me from a man that you have a photo with, Michael Musselman.
Okay.
He told me he doesn't want to play Yankee Rose unless it's the 4th of July, which I have no idea why he thinks that people associate that song with the 4th of July. Yes, it's about Lady Liberty, but the lyrics are maybe the 4th most interesting thing of that song. You know, the guitar intro, the wah-wah. I make my wife do that at least 3 times a week. I don't get her to do it in Spanish, the Sonrisa Salvaje version, which I prefer.
Right.
But what I'd heard was he doesn't think that people know his solo catalog.
Wow.
So I just wanted to touch on something that Darren had said, because he mentioned the Muscle Man.
Yes.
Oh, the Muscle Man. Yeah. Good guy.
Right.
We text every now and then.
Oh, that's cool. Well, actually, so Dave and I actually interviewed him in 2020 in Vegas. We saw him in the hallway, recognized him, played 20 questions with him, and then, we immediately went back to our room and wrote down what the conversation was to talk about on the podcast, because it was just completely accidental. But one of the things I wanted to ask you about the book, well, first of all...
let's talk Musselman. No. Let's talk Musselman first.
No.
Well, here's my question. First of all, I listened to the DLR Cast, and I know one of the things you guys love to do is figure out who the hell Dave was playing with to get that Vegas band together. And it was like a labor of love, because people were in and out of that band for 5 minutes. God bless you. You figured out who was in, who was out, who ultimately made it. And one of the things that came up is that Mike was in the band. He made it through, I think it was 3 shows that were there in Vegas. And then he started the tour that Dave did, opening up with Kiss.
Correct.
But then he wasn't on the tour anymore, and somebody else came in. And
Correct.
I really didn't, when I was reading your book, I really didn't get a reason why that switch was made. And I was wondering if you had any insight into that.
I know the story. Let's just say it's not a good look for Dave. Dave is known to be a little harder on the drummers for some reason. I don't know why it is, but he's known to be very specific about how drummers look and play. And I forget whose interview it was, if it was Musselman or if it was Kane who Musselman replaced. But basically, when you're rehearsing, you have to perform in the rehearsal like you were going to play on stage. You have to do your moves and count in energetically and all that. So I think there was some trouble brewing for a while, and then there was basically a technical glitch on stage, and Dave just said, unforgivable, he's gone. And the band knew that Dave might hire and fire quickly, so there was another drummer who was in the waiting, who they brought in the middle of the tour.
Yeah, he goes through people quick. It's
That's
true.
unbelievable, because he was a good drummer. We thought he was fantastic.
Musselman is great. He's a great guy. He was playing before all this with Gunner Six, Nicky's son, and some stuff. But did Musselman tell you how he wound up in the Roth band?
He might have, but I don't remember now. I'm sure he did, but I just don't recall.
His best friend, or one of his closest friends, was Brett Tuggle's son. Tuggle was initially the MD, or music director of that band. So if you look at a couple of the still photos that survived that Friends and Family show they did before Dave sacked most of that band, you see Tuggle playing guitar in it. So Tuggle just basically said to Musselman, hey, learn these songs. I might have a thing for you. And then he kind of auditions. So what's it for? David Lee Roth, you got it. It didn't happen as simply as that. He had to audition in front of Ryan Wheeler and all the other cats. But the biggest head scratcher of all those guys to me, do you remember the part about Chris Griotti?
Yes, he was supposed to be the original guitarist, right?
Yeah, and he's this A-list writer-producer working with all these people, and Dave, for some reason, sacked him after the Friends and Family show. And of course, he's doing amazing now, Youngblood and Willow Smith and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And he doesn't talk about Dave. I don't know if he's under an NDA or he just goes, that was a dumb chapter of my life. But, that band, as you pointed out, changed. And Frankie Lindia did the Vegas shows, and then he couldn't do the Kiss dates. So Jake Fawn replaced him on that.
Amazing.
Danny Wagner survived it all. I think Danny Wagner secretly played on these Jump in Paradise re-records.
Okay.
So I think he's still around. But those sessions of just like Paradise and Jump and all that, pretty sure that was May 2022.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, and Ryan Wheeler, too, right? The bass player, right?
Yeah.
And not only is he the bass player, he's the musical director, too.
He became
how did
it, yeah.
he survive? What was his secret?
Wheeler is a great guy. Follow him on Instagram, and he is 0% like the person he pretends to be on social media. He's a very pleasant, easy to work with person, and I think that's why Dave kept him around for years. Like, he didn't just do those Vegas and Kiss shows and go away. He worked with Dave beyond that, and he eventually became trusted to, well, we need a new blank. Okay, Ryan, you take care of it. I trust you. Very trustworthy guy, and he's been on the road with Kim Petras the last few years, and Kuko, C-U-C-O, who's a huge artist. I think he had a co-write on Mod Sun's album. He's scoring movies, but you don't know any of that's going on. Like, all these Dave people had to get other jobs, of course.
Yeah,
right,
absolutely.
Right. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, I didn't know he did all that. That's fantastic.
So I want to take us back here for a minute. I wanted to go back because we haven't talked about Skyscraper, which I think is such a key moment in Dave's solo career. What do you think caused Dave to make such a left turn after the success of Eat 'Em and Smile? I remember when I first saw Yankee Rose and the unveiling of that band, it was almost like drinking a huge cold glass of water on a hot day, because I was like, now that's what I want, because it was like the big rock, total Van Halen type of vibe, right? And I love Steve and I love Greg and I love Billy, and I just love the energy and the incredible camaraderie those guys had. That band was so good. And I was like, he hit it right at the beginning. I was like, he nailed it. And then I went and saw him in concert, and he did all the Van Halen songs mixed with the Eat 'Em and Smile songs. And I was like, yes. I remember being at the Garden, 16 years old, because that summer I had just seen Van Halen, and I left a little confused. Like, I was so excited to see Van Halen and to see Eddie Van Halen solo live, and everything was so thrilled. But I was like, they played 2 Sammy Hagar songs, they played 2 cover songs, and then all this extra guitar dueling and the drum solo, the bass solo. I remember coming home and writing down all the songs and going, they only played 2 Van Halen songs, meaning like a Panama Ain't Talk About Love. And I was like, how the fuck did they only play 2 Van Halen songs? And I didn't understand like how that could be. And then when I went to see Dave, and he's playing like 8, 9 Van Halen songs in addition to all the great songs from Eat 'Em and Smile. So I was like thrilled. Why do you think he made that left turn after already having this success? They were still in the 80s. It was 88. That kind of rock and roll was high flying. A Motley Crue, Def Leppard, that stuff was in. Why do you think he made a left turn with Skyscraper?
My only guess is Dave doesn't make the same album twice.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
And DLR Band was, I guess, him trying to redo Hot for Teacher and classic Van Halen in some respect. And think of it this way. The first EP was almost like standards and kind of covery, show-tuney, croonery Vegas.
Yeah.
Then the next thing is basically half trying to beat Van Halen and then half croonery, weirdo stuff. Like I'm Easy and...
Well, he did... I said this before on the podcast. I felt like he did I'm Easy and That's Life to satisfy the Crazy from the Heat fans. And then he did a whole mess of rock stuff, which was phenomenal, including, Ladies' Night in Buffalo and Bump and Grind, all these great nitty-gritty songs. Then he did some rock covers. He did, like, Tobacco Road and Shy Boy and stuff like that. But the thing is, with Skyscraper, and I enjoy Skyscraper, I like Skyscraper, but I'm just saying from a marketing standpoint, it just seems like it was strange because I remember when Skyscraper came out, there was this big build-up, just like Paradise was the biggest original song hit he ever had. It went to like number 3 on the charts, and it was an original song and a big video, and it had this big start. And then I felt like it just started to nosedive. And I don't quite understand what happened. Then I started to notice a pattern in some of these David Lee Roth solo albums where the single comes out, the single does well, and he never quite follows it up properly. He always has this half-baked second single that really doesn't go anywhere. I felt like the Eat 'Em and Smile album was a really strong album. I don't know if I would have gone with Going Crazy as the second song. It was very poppy. And then you look at Skyscraper, he went with Stand Up, which really was a left turn. You look at A Little Ain't Enough, he went with Sensible Shoes, which is like a blues tune. And then you look at Your Filthy Little Mouth, She's My Machine, which I thought was a cool single. And then what was the second one there? Was it
Nightlife?
Nightlife, which is back to Crazy from the Heat, basically. That could have been on Crazy from the Heat, that song.
You just blew my mind with this theory.
And wait, I'm not done. I'm not done. One more thing.
Second single.
What? One more thing. Do you remember back in 98 when he came out with Slam Dunk? People were like, David Lee Roth is back. Like, that is the shit. Slam Dunk sounded like a fucking Van Halen song. And then the album just went nowhere, and he had no title to the album, and he had a shitty cover, and he didn't follow it up with a great second single, and it just went nowhere. And I just started noticing this pattern, and I don't understand like why this is. Is it mismanagement? Is it mismarketing? It's kind of strange.
Well, I have a theory about Skyscraper, which no one can prove under any circumstance. But did you ever watch the Japanese TV special that you can find on YouTube for Skyscraper?
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Yes.
And it's the only clean footage you can really find from that era of Dave.
Yeah.
And thankfully, Ramses, the Mojo Dojo, thankfully he edits that into stuff and keeps it alive.
Yeah.
But I think, and I have no way to prove this, that Skyscraper was meant for the international audience, specifically Japan.
Wow.
That's what that was. Because in that TV special, which is sponsored by Toshiba, and it has a Dave commercial or two. And I think he even did a commercial in Japan in 91.
Yep.
And around then, he did that Nintendo UK series where he plays the brain. I think Dave was trying to go overseas because Van Halen was never a overseas kind of band.
Never.
Yeah, they did Japan. Yeah, in the early 80s, they did South America. But in that downtown sessions, they talk about how they didn't go back to Scotland because someone stole a pillow from a hotel. And none of the Van Halen reunion tours went to Europe. Yeah, they went to Japan, but only one went to Australia. None went to South America. Minimal Canada. So I think that this was Dave going, well, I'm going to beat the Van Halens in this one, and I'm going to take the world. Almost like Stratego or what's that game where you take over the country? Stratego?
I'm not sure, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. And so now here's the other thing. The split with Billy Sheehan, I was told, kind of like off the record, and I won't say by who, that it was more of a personal issue.
Was this Deep Throat?
No, it wasn't Deep Throat, but that's funny. No, it wasn't Deep Throat. It was somebody that didn't want to go on the record with this, but kind of told me it was a personal issue, almost over a girl or something. And then it turned out like, Billy was like, they put too much electronic bass on there, and I was done with that project because I wanted to do my own thing, and he left. But I had heard he was fired over a very petty thing, and that it left the rest of the band with a very, very poor taste in their mouth, and that I think Vi told Roth that he was quitting after the tour. He promised to do the tour, which he did, but then he said, I'm gone. And also, he wouldn't let him do Passion and Warfare, which is crazy because, Steve's whole solo career exploded with Passion and Warfare. Because what did he do after Dave? He went to Whitesnake. David Coverdale said, come over here, mate. And not only did he embrace Steve, he showcased him at the show. He gave him like a 10-minute spot in the freaking Whitesnake show and treated him like he was Eddie Van Halen and gave him his own like solo spot.
Yes. For the record, I am very pro Coverdale. I think that he makes excellent choices for the fans.
Yeah.
He treats his band really well.
Mm-hmm.
He keeps his catalog really, really well.
Yes, he does.
Even when he re-records things that are inferior to the original, he still does it in a nice way.
Yeah.
So I regularly say, like, hey, Roth, be more like Coverdale. Be more like Europe.
I mean, his reissuing of his catalog is amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he's taken the time and effort to do it. He's treating it like it's A-list quality material. He's tailoring it for what the fans want. Listen, it doesn't take a lot. Metallica does this. Metallica does it the best. Metallica's doing a box set for every fucking album, which I think Van Halen should do. They have that kind of catalog where every album could be a box set, a mini box set, not a huge one, but like a mini one, like where you have the remastered album and then extra tracks and then maybe some demos and then maybe a live album and maybe a booklet. I mean, if you see what Metallica does, they have a box set that's like $150 for every fucking album. It's amazing.
Yeah. And related to all that, there's a guy you should have on your show. I believe his full name is Tom Gordon. He's basically Coverdale's in-house engineer guy, but I think worked on Skyscraper or did some session for Dave at one point in time. And really nice guy, and I don't think he's under any NDAs.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, also, what I always found strange, and this was in your book too, what made Dave's dad, Nathan, call Eddie Van Halen to make peace with his son? Was that a desperate attempt to get Dave back in the band, and was Dave behind that phone call?
There's theories about that. That one I'm just guessing on. In interviewing Dave's cousin Jack, Dr. Jack A. Roth, who's a hell of a nice guy.
Right.
I don't see the complex family dynamics that everybody kind of talks about. The way that they make it is that his mother was tough on him, and everybody was tough on him, and he didn't get along with his dad, etc. But then you also hear the stories that his dad had the expense account and Dave was buying cigarettes on it and anything he wanted, and he bought Dave a PA, and the Van Halens rehearsed in the mansion.
Yeah.
So I feel it more like his father was looking out really closely for his son. And I mentioned the cousin Jack because the cousin Jack told me that Nathan included all the people in the family. The generation before them was trying to get them all to be doctors and lawyers.
Yeah.
There's tons of them in the Roth lineage, and everybody was helping each other up the ladder. So Dave always made it sound like him and his dad had this hard time getting along, but Dave bought the house from the father in something like 91.
Yeah, absolutely. And his sister lived there with him. Also wanted to ask you, you mentioned something that really took me back in the book, which I love, like I said, and I'll say to the listeners again, the minutia in this book is so great. All these little chocolate chips. So the rejected name and cover of the Little Ain't Enough album, which was originally called Cutting Out, and the cover that was controversially rejected. Can you explain? I'm trying to understand what was so bizarre about this cover. And let me remind you that the same year this album came out, Nirvana put out an album cover with a little boy with his penis hanging out in a pool. So, like, how revolting could Roth's cover be? And number one, and number two, doesn't it shock you in 2023 that that cover has never hit the internet?
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that story. He told that in an interview, and that's what I sourced it from, the whole cutting out thing. And I didn't understand what was controversial about it, what the major problem was, why you can't do it, and why it's never been leaked. Because at this point in time, we have the Crazy from the Heat script, or at least a later version of it.
Yes.
Pretty much everything that's been rumored at some point about Dave or Van Halen has come out in some form, or we know exists. We know the 2004 box set exists. It's under wraps, but it exists. And we know all these things, yet there's been nothing from this part of it. So I don't know if it's just a made-up thing. Like he was telling a story about how he was fighting the man.
Right.
But I was blown away when I was in El Paso, Texas a couple of months ago. And this office I was in had this novelty machine. and it had the devil from the A Little Ain't Enough album on it, and apparently that was an old font and image. I didn't know that he lifted that.
Let me tell you something. The minute I saw that, I knew he lifted it. I'll tell you why. Because I said, this is a generic piece of clip art. I think I've seen it on a bottle of booze somewhere. I don't know, overseas somewhere. It looked like a generic piece of clip art. And I was like, wow, no one really put any effort into this. You know, obviously, the Eat 'em and Smile cover, obviously a lot of concept and effort put into that. Obviously, the cover of Skyscraper, very dynamic, Dave and the Rocks, this and that. And then you get to A Little Ain't Enough, shit cover. Your Filthy Little Mouth, shit cover. DLR Band, shit cover. I mean,
I'm going to take you to the mat on the Your Filthy Little Mouth cover because I interviewed the artist on that one.
Okay.
And he's now a huge artist of
I'm sure he is.
Jonathan Schlafer.
But let me tell you something. Here's the thing, though. I'll have to say, nothing against the artist. And I'm sure if I saw it in a gallery, I would think it's cool. But I'm just saying, if you're talking about marketing an album, the cover and the name, Your Filthy Little Mouth, it just doesn't have that panache or some sort of remembrance, or it's too long and it sounds weird. It's like...
I'm totally with you, and to rudely interrupt you here.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
You just made me think of something here. So he's talking about the album cover was banned and, you know, how he stuck it out. And the Little Ain't Enough music video, the lead single, was banned by MTV briefly.
Yeah.
So was that Dave's marketing campaign to go like, oh, I'm going to make this hot? Or I'm going to just talk about how I'm up against the man. Is that just Dave?
Well, it's interesting you say that because I was about to ask you this question. I always felt, and when Dave and I did a special on A Little Ain't Enough, which is an album I happen to love. I love A Little Ain't Enough. It seems like there was a bit of a curse on this album. You talk about the cover being canceled. You talk about the video being banned. Jason Becker getting sick. The poor tour draw. It was almost like the house was imploding, even though the album is great. I love the album. I put down that album all the time, and I know Dave does too. It's a fun album to listen to, and to be honest, a lot of people have said that should have been the follow-up to Eat 'em and Smile.
Well, also, the tour was also cursed because Warrant had their breakdown on the European run, which kind of plagued the U.S. run. They were supposed to have Warrant open the U.S. run, but didn't.
Because Warren was headlining, getting bigger on their own, and then they ended up going with Extreme, believe it or not, which is kind of funny, and also Cinderella. Dave and I went to those shows, and we saw both of those shows, which were in Jersey and Jones Beach, which was fun back in the day.
Right, that was with Jake Holmes on guitar.
Jake Holmes, who's Ozzy's guitarist,
Joe Holmes did the tour.
Joe Holmes, I'm sorry, not Jake, Joe.
So I didn't mean to be Mr. Contrarian there.
I know, you corrected it.
No, you got the name right. It's not a problem.
But some of the dates, he had a second guitarist, Desi Rex from DeVal's. And
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about that, actually, because you had mentioned that in your book. I think the question was, what happened to Desi Rex?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. So he was managed by Dave in that era and that time, which we now know that Dave had people in holding deals like Jeff Young. Otherwise, Desi eventually found the Mormon Church, lives in Utah. I think he plays music a little bit. He goes by his real name. I don't know if he's psyched to talk about that era of his life. I did track him down using my PI resources, legally, of course, but we could not get Desi on board. And I was psyched. That's somebody I wanted more for this book than just about anybody.
That's interesting because one of the questions from that tour is Dave started the tour in Europe. And he was doing a lot of songs off the A Little Ain't Enough album. And then by the time he comes to the States, two things had changed. Number one, he wasn't doing nearly as many songs off that album anymore.
Right.
And number two, Desi wasn't on tour anymore with either. So I don't think that's a coincidence that they stopped doing a lot of A Little Ain't Enough songs because a lot of those songs were too guitar-oriented, and now he only had one guitarist. So what are you going to do? All right, well, we'll play more Van Halen songs or songs from my solo catalog. But one of the other questions was, in Dave's book, one of the many things he named Crazy from the Heat, as you pointed out, he had complained about guitarists asking for more money. and how he basically had sacked him. And you thought it might have been, what's his name, on the 94 tour?
Terry Kilgore, who I loved his interview on your show.
Thank you. But some other people have theorized that he was actually talking about Desi Rex, because the theory is Desi asked for more money on the Little Ain't Enough tour, thought he had Dave's back against the wall, and Dave was like, no, I'm not paying you more. You're out, you're gone, goodbye, and we'll figure out other songs to play.
That is possible, but Terry, who said he was going to speak to me for the book, then said he wasn't going to speak to me because he was pissed off at Greg Renoff for not sending him a copy of his book. I have no idea what that has to do with anything. That Greg not sending him a promo means he won't talk to me.
That's
but
crazy, yeah.
In looking up Terry, I know that he had some legal troubles in the 90s, without saying too much. And when people have legal troubles, of course they start to go, hey, can you give me a little more money? Hence the Liberty DeVito dismissal from the Billy Joel Band.
That's interesting you say that, because I think one of the questions we had for Terry was like, so you started with Dave on your Filthy Little Mouth tour with him. You did not end the tour with him, but then you went back to him to work with him on the DLR Band album. And it was like, what brought you back? And he was basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he was basically like, it's business is business. If you want to pay me to write a song, write or play on a song, I don't care. But now that you tell me there's allegedly legal bills he had to pay, now I understand maybe why he wasn't so philosophically against never working with Dave again.
I think my source for it being Terry was my interview with Rocket, who replaced him, I think, 2 different times. He came in and out of the band. I'm pretty sure he was replacing Terry.
Yeah.
And Rocket is kind of an unsung hero in the Dave legacy, and anybody who watches Friends has to know that those musical cues are largely played by 1 or 2 Bissonets and Rocket and other Dave-adjacent people.
Yeah, no, Rocket definitely replaced him in 94 on your Filthy Little Mouth tour.
Yeah.
Because Dave and I saw the early part of the tour and the end part of the tour.
Yeah.
And we actually hung out with Rocket for a little while.
Wow.
While we were waiting to hang out with Dave on his tour bus.
That's right.
Very nice guy. But actually, one of the other things that we found interesting in your book is we always thought Rocket was pegged to be the guitarist for the A Little Ain't Enough album. Because as you pointed out, he has a songwriting credit with the rest
Eddie Anderson, I think.
No, I'm not even going there. Because Eddie can probably still kick my ass, so I'll say nothing bad about him.
Definitely.
But Rocket had a co-writing credit with the rest of the band on a song on that album, but he doesn't even play on it.
And we talked to him about that.
I thought you were going in the book is that Rocket was going to be in the band, started writing with Dave, but then wasn't in the band for whatever reason, but they kept the song. But you didn't indicate that in your book at all, that he was ever supposed to be the guitarist for A Little Ain't Enough. Is there any truth to that? Did you find that in your research at all?
The interviews that I've heard with Dave from that era, he's totally contradicted himself big time. One of them I remember him saying, well, the band that plays on your record isn't necessarily going to be the band that you take on the road because the hotshot guitarist may not be a good hang. I'm paraphrasing right there.
I remember that,
And that's why we had Steve Hunter play on the record, and of course he ghost played for Aerosmith.
Right.
Right, but you know as well as I do that whole thing he was talking about for A Little Ain't Enough is BS. Because, quite frankly, he was covering up for the fact that Jason was sick.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely. And, of course, a lot of people take task with the fact that Dave didn't check in or keep in touch with Jason Becker, yet Eddie Van Halen did.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't really have a prior relationship.
And did a benefit for the guy and went to visit him and spend time with him at his house.
And gave him a guitar. All that kind of wonderful stuff. So with Dave, I think I had it in the book that Brad Talinsky, when I interviewed him, he mentioned that Dave had called him up in that era and said, you know any hotshot guitar players I should be looking at? And Brad Talinsky said to him, Eric Gale. He'd be great.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's amazing. But, and then he had his own issues. Yeah. But also wanted to ask you a quick question. in regards to your filthy little mouth, he's on his last album for Warner Brothers. Do you view the musical variety on this album as the throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks situation? Because this had everything from reggae to rock to blues to country. Yeah. I mean, it was like all over the place. I mean, it had to be the biggest musical poo-poo platter you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, I've no way of proving it, but I think that the Terry Kilgore songs that were on the DLR Band album were leftovers from Your Filthy Little Mouth.
I agree with you. I agree with you, yeah.
And then the song Don't Piss Me Off that's on the best of that came out, that's a leftover too, because that songwriter had written another song for Dave. So I think that leftovers find their way later on in Daveville at times, that there's tons and tons and tons of unreleased stuff because he wasn't necessarily in the room for a lot of the writing.
Okay, all right, that's fair. But I will say, though, that I think the Terry Kilgore songs on DLR Band work better.
Yes.
Because I think, like, Dave's whole framework for DLR Band was, we're going to do an album in, well, pick a time frame, right?
10 days. 10 days.
10 days.
Yeah.
It took
thank you.
Like,
thank you for pointing that out. I am so happy you agree with me that we made it in 10 days stuff is an even bigger live, and we tracked all these Van Halen re-records in 2 hours.
Oh, no. There's just no way it could be done that quickly. The point there is, no matter what the time frame is, his approach was, listen, we're going to do this album, we're going to do it quick, we're going to bang it out. And it's really a testament to the album that the Terry Kilgore songs blend in with the John 5 songs. I mean, with the exception of the 2 acoustic-like songs, those ones stand out. But even those are pretty damn good. I mean, Black Sand, arguably, is one of the best songs Dave ever recorded, certainly one of the best acoustic songs. And we were talking about albums that aren't streaming anymore, like Different Kind of Truth. DLR Band, Darren, what happened to that? That's arguably one of Dave's lost classics. And again, like, what a chance for people to rediscover it streaming. Darren, why doesn't Dave have that one out?
I think like maybe 10 songs from the album are still on Amazon Music, which is a glitch. And so it's not the whole album, but you can still listen to it on Amazon Music, which is either free or 99 cents for 6 months. I kept my subscription going just so I could listen to DLR Band, by the way. But that's not the point. I heard from one of my Dave Whisperers that he does not like that album, and the sales of that album were disappointing, which is the exact opposite of what your Dave Deep Throat said about how financially successful it was.
Oh, well, all right, Darren, just because I respect you a lot and really love your podcast, I'm going to tell you 2 things. Number one, your guess about who Deep Throat is incorrect. You give us way too much credit that we're that high up the food chain in Van Halen land. Okay? So it's not who you think it is. The other thing is that A Different Kind of Truth and DLR Band have something in common. They both go back to like old school sounding Van Halen. And it seems like Dave is just like, nah, not interested, going to shoot myself in the foot, not going to have him out. I mean, this is what the fans crave, and he's like, no, I think I'd rather have Your Filthy Little Mouth out there remastered. But DLR Band, not so much.
Which I don't get, because especially in this day and age, he could cash in on the fact that John 5 is on it.
Oh,
that
totally.
He and Halford were the 2 people who saw John 5 before he was a big deal.
Yeah,
right,
absolutely.
Right.
But the bottom line is it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anybody to have it out there. It's not embarrassing. It's a fantastic album. In my opinion, Roth's biggest sleeper of his career. The biggest sleeper of his career is that album. That album cover is fucking horrendous. It looks like it was made in clip art in the 6th grade during my science lab class. And the logo for the DLR Band looks horrendous, too. That's another unbelievable horrific font.
It's total clip art. And oh, by the way, that's like the least band-like album that Dave ever did, because he's got 3 guitarists on it. But despite that, like I said, it still holds together really well. And it's just a lost classic and very frustrating. But thank God for YouTube. At least you can listen to it on YouTube.
YouTube saves everything. If it's missing, YouTube has it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a further head scratcher where you go, that album alternates between Terry Kilgore, John Five, and Mike Hartman on guitar.
Yep.
And then Bart Walsh would be in the band within 2 years of that.
Right.
And Brian Young would be in the band within basically 2 years of that.
Right.
But Dave had 5 guitarists in 5 to 6 years? What?
Yeah. He changes guitars like he changes underpants, this guy. I mean, it's really crazy. Yeah. The other thing I want to ask you talk about this in the book, and I always wondered about this. The whole big production of the remake of Ice Cream Man. A lot of money put into it. It seemed like, tell me if I'm wrong, that there was some sort of big band album that he was making. Obviously, Bad Habits is sort of in that vibe, and we all know that Diamond Dave, as it came out, which is his last solo album, right, is sort of a hodgepodge, odds and sods sort of album of David Lee Roth leftovers, right? I happen to love that album. It's a very enjoyable one to listen to, but it really is a culmination of leftovers. There was money put into it, a lot of effort put into it. Omar Hakim played drums on this. Obviously, money and effort is put into this. Was there some sort of big band album that he was making after the whole Vegas trip?
So that harkens back to the original Vegas residency of 95. I don't think he was expecting it to fail. I don't think anyone was expecting it to fail. I also think that there's a lot we don't know. And here's why I say that. We know 2 casinos that tried to do it and failed.
Right.
In the audiobook version of his book, where it's just him talking, and some of that wound up on the Dave TV thing that he used to have on his website. Some people on the Roth Army board burnt me playable CDs of it.
There's a whole version of the book audio?
Apparently they do.
If you remember, they only released like a couple of chapters on a bonus disc that was a promo disc. But then I heard that he started it and then never finished it because he got bored with it. That's what I heard.
There's so many different things out there where he says that he wrote the book 1,000 pages longhand. And then other people are saying, no, he talked it into a recorder. Then there's people who say, well, Henry Rollins edited it. And then other people say, no, it wasn't Henry. Henry knew this editor who helped pare it down. Then there's people saying it's a 2 or 3 book deal. And then there's other people going, well, no, it was a 1 book deal and the publisher couldn't stand him, so they didn't pick up the options. I've heard so many different things, but in the audio version of the book chapter I heard, he says he was fired from 3 casinos.
Wow.
So I don't know if he's not letting the truth get in the way of a good story.
Yeah.
Or if there was another casino negotiation happening, or he remembers it incorrectly. But I think that he thought that this Vegas thing was going to be a big deal, hence him going on The Tonight Show and Mitch Schneider pushing it and him having the EPK, which they deleted. I wish I saved it. It was on YouTube.
Yeah.
The EPK of the show. I'd love to see that again.
I swear to God, YouTube is one of the mysteries of the world. How they get away with putting shit on there and not getting in trouble is beyond me. There is stuff on YouTube. I saw something last night. I almost fell out of my chair. Listen to this, just real quick, just to show you how nuts YouTube is. A guy telling an entire story about how Ace Frehley blew Peter Criss. I literally was like, am I sleeping and dozing off and thinking I'm listening to this? I was watching this on YouTube. I'm like, is this for real? I mean, the guy's telling a detailed story about how Ace Frehley blew Peter Criss. And this is just out for free consumption? It was just incredible to me, which just goes to show you can find unbelievably rare, weird, quirky shit on YouTube. I can't believe the shit that I found on YouTube. And some of it,
rocket ride.
Nice,
I see what you did there.
That was good writing. That was good
Thank
writing.
you very much.
So I don't know if there was a big band album necessarily, but I do know that Dave has always been recording in his off time, and sometimes it's for personal enjoyment.
Unbelievable.
And sometimes he puts it in the background of the Roth show or a podcast or something.
I tell you, the David Lee Roth show, that whole radio trip, wow, was that an unbelievable ride. And the funny thing is that if you told me David Lee Roth was getting a radio show, what actually happened is exactly what I pictured would happen. So if you know Dave well enough, it's not a surprise what he did on the radio. The funny thing is that all the people who spent millions of dollars on this and paid Dave, like, no one, like, looked into this? Did you really think he was going to be the next Howard Stern? Like, Dave is such a quirky, boutique-y kind of dude. Like, the music he listens to, and he goes from one subject to the next, and he's all over the place, and he's constantly going in and out of... He doesn't even stick with one thing. He talks about it and then comes out, and then there's a weird song playing, and then he's screaming at some guy in the background, and it was like a wild ride. And this brings me to this. The no-holds-barred barbecue, as crazy as that is, and I love how nutty it is, I love that it exists, and it's crazy, but, like, I mean, that took a lot of time, money, and effort to put together. What was the reason for it? Like, what was he going to do with it?
I've heard a few things. Mitch Schneider, who, again, you've had on your show, he's a great guy. He thought that it was him trying to push the envelope into some kind of a TV thing or a new genre or the new MTV. I heard something similar from Mark Elmer, who edited most of it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, everybody I know who worked on it doesn't know what it was and doesn't know what it was supposed to be. I think it was kind of a let the cameras roll and we'll figure out what this is in the editing room.
You know, it seems like that, and God knows what the outtakes are like, because I tell you, when I watch that thing, I feel like I'm tripping, and I don't take drugs. I've never tripped in my life or taken any drugs, but I almost feel what it would be like to trip, because it's so all over the place, and you're almost like, is that even happening? Like, it's so confusing. It's something that you feel like you fell asleep after drinking all night long, and you woke up at 3 a.m, and this was on the television, and you're watching it, and then you fell back asleep, and then you wake up in the morning and go, I had this dream of David Lee Roth with these cat women going through these tunnels.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so crazy, and I never quite understood, like, obviously you took a lot of time, money, and effort to put this together. What the fuck were you going to do? MTV is not going to play that. VH1 is not going to play that. Back when he put that out, the internet was in its infancy, and it wasn't the type of thing where we go on YouTube. It's not like YouTube was a big thing back then. So I always feel like Dave has flashes of genius, and like he's ahead of his time, but he never quite gets it right. It's like he has the idea of doing a Vegas residency, but he doesn't get it right. And now everybody's doing a Vegas residency. And then I think David Lee Roth could have been a genius on TikTok, if you think about it. Like, he is perfect for that, but for some reason, because of his age and the way things fell, he didn't quite hit the TikTok generation. But back in his Diamond Dave days, he would have gone bananas on fucking TikTok. That guy would have had 50 million followers and would have been huge. Also wanted to ask you, the money that Van Halen left on the table in 1996 had they toured. Consider the situation. This was a time when reunions were hot. The Eagles, Kiss, Fleetwood Mac. This is when Ticketmaster started really amping up the price of the tickets. People were buying tickets for $125, which now is like normal price on the low, on the cheap on this end. Back then was astronomical. Do you think had they done it, it would have been just gargantuan the way Kiss took off?
I think so, because the whole Billie Eilish, who is Van Halen thing,
oh God,
I think kind of showed that the average person no longer, if they were under a certain age, knew who Van Halen was. But if you go back to 1996, I think that a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 70-year-old, everyone knew the name Van Halen in some form. In other words, the potential audience was multiples bigger than it would be now, or than it would have been 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And the 04 Sammy tour, supposedly, this goes against what Sammy says in his book.
Right.
This comes from when I was working on the Arts Management end. Live Nation lost a fortune on that tour. Those were not packed houses.
No.
Those were not great sales. And Sammy also likes to talk about the Sam and Dave tour being this huge blockbuster tour. I don't think it was. Maybe your typical rock markets like Detroit, Pittsburgh, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Maybe it did awesome in those markets, but it's not a PNC Bank Arts Center sellout.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's interesting to think about how Sammy loves, we all call it the Sammy math, right? Sammy, we call it, and listen, I love Sam, and let me tell you something. That guy has some sort of business genius. I don't know what it is, but he steps in shit wherever he goes, man. God fucking bless him. I don't know any rock star that has had the business acumen that guy has.
Jimmy Buffett. He's basically Jimmy Buffett for the hard rock
That's
scene.
true. You're right.
And
Jimmy Buffett. You're right. It's right.
I think he's just trying to portray himself as the Jimmy Buffett for the harder scene. And then nowadays, you could say that Bret Michaels is a baby Sammy Hagar in terms
He's trying to be. He's trying to be. I literally just saw him last week. Bret, like Sammy, puts on a great show. He's got great energy, great personable skills, great marketing guy, and is definitely on that realm. I understand what you're saying. And Jimmy Buffett, you know, it's funny. When I was saying rock stars, I guess I don't consider Jimmy Buffett rock, but you're right. He was a genius, too, in his marketing. But one thing I always felt like Sammy, Dave and I joke about this all the time. I mean, he has interviews where he says, and if you look at, I'll just tell everybody, go out and watch the Dan Rather interview with Sammy Hagar. Sammy says to Dan Rather, one of the biggest journalists ever, Van Halen and I, we were on the same level. We were playing the same arenas. It's like, did you really think that you were on the same level of Van Halen in the mid-'80s? In what world are you living in?
And the other thing was, Darren, in your book, I'm glad you found somebody who shot down Sam's claim that Van Halen were playing unfilled arenas before 1984.
Yeah, that's so dumb. But can I tell you, sidebar, a joke that my wife and I have a lot, because you mentioned the Dan Rather interviews.
Yeah.
Did you see the Cheap Trick one of those?
Oh, no, I got to watch that one.
It has some good archival footage, but it also has maybe the worst interview question ever asked by an award-winning journalist.
Yeah, I
which
know.
is Robin Zander and Rick Nielsen sitting on the couch, and Dan Rather goes, "So what's the cheapest trick you've ever played?"
Oh, my God. That is such...
And I think that is worth everything right there.
Well, you're right.
That is
You're right.
important.
That's
television.
right. I wanted to ask you, in terms of the Sam and Dave tour, do you think that it was, number one, Dave and Sam ramping up to show the brothers that they could tour together and in order to set up a double singer Van Halen tour in stadiums? Or was it a reaction to the brothers not wanting to move forward with a dual singer tour?
I think it was a job audition for the Kitchen Sink tour.
Oh, okay.
I cannot prove it, but if you look at Dave from 2001, because there's not a lot of 2001 activity. There's that Philly radio show, which you could watch on YouTube.
Right.
He plays some arena, maybe the Spectrum, and he's awesome.
Yeah.
And he was regularly touring in 02, 3, 4, slowed down a little bit in 5 and 6.
Yeah.
I think all of that was a job audition for Take Me Back, Take Me Back.
Right, yeah.
Look, I'm trim. I'll sing the songs. I'll wear the wigs. It was just the totally different vibe than the more grassroots thing that he was doing with DLR Band in the late 90s, and especially Your Filthy Little Mouth. This was him showing, I'm a team player. He stayed out of trouble. He was mostly complimentary to Van Halen in interviews, except when he sued Warner Brothers when he found out that Michael Anthony was getting like 4 times the royalties as him. But he was totally user-friendly, and Dave was still user-friendly in 07 when he did that first tour. Then I don't think he was user-friendly in 11 and 12.
Yeah.
That's when he started going off the deep end. So what somebody told me, and this is not in the book, is that he made the John 5 album around the same time as A Different Kind of the Truth, maybe at the same time as a backup plan. Well, if the Van Halen screw me over again, one of those.
Interesting. What do you make of what he's doing now, the dribs and drabs? One day he's releasing a Van Halen cover. The next day he's releasing a old cover that he made at the Henson Studios like 10, 12 years ago. Then he's releasing a song from the California sessions. What do you think his game plan is here?
I've asked people who've worked with him within the last 3 to 7 years. I'm saying that so I don't screw over anyone's NDA.
Yeah.
And they don't know. They have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
No one hears from Camp Dave at all. If there's a gig or something like that, they'll hear from Dave. And I'm not saying that the source of this is the people who played on those sessions, but I found out that the people who plan those sessions don't find out they're getting released. Just like when I interviewed John Five, I asked him, hey, do you find out in advance that your songs are going up? And he goes, no, I just find out in blabbermouth like you do.
Well, you know what? I freaking believe that because that goes on at my job. I have to go through back channels to find out when my articles are coming out. So I can understand that's going on.
But I would say, to compare that to other bands where you have a day-to-day person and you can call them and go, hey, by the way, you told me to hold this date. What's going on with that? What's going on? That's traditional artist management. I can say as somebody who's worked in management before, for a big enough artist, there's a day-to-day person who handles the schedules, the holds, the little things, the fan letters, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if there's a day-to-day person for Dave. There's his manager, handler, accountant lady who's like Axl Rose's Betta. There's kind of that. There might be an assistant or a person or two at his house, but it's not like they're playing offense and looking for new opportunities. They're just playing defense for what comes in. Whereas you know that Sammy is playing offense.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Sammy's all offense. You know what? I give him credit. He's freaking made a lot of touchdowns with all the offense he's done. So as much as sometimes I don't understand what he's doing, he has a lot of goddamn success. So I can't really fault him there. Wanted to ask you, the moment on stage at the Hollywood Bowl when Dave made that very heartfelt statement to Eddie, do you remember what I'm talking about?
Was it around when he's playing Smoke on the Water and Eddie doesn't hear him?
Well, he says that some of the greatest parts of my life were on stage with you, Ed.
Yeah.
And he says that, Dave is not Mr. Sentimental. Do you think that he knew that this was the end? It almost felt like, and let's put Ed's health aside. Let's say Ed was just, an older guy. He wasn't struggling with cancer. I almost felt like the reunion with Roth was coming to a head with Van Halen. Like, he had worn out his welcome, and I almost felt like, regardless of Eddie's health, say Eddie was alive today, almost like they came back, they reunited with Dave, they did a huge tour, they did an album, they did another tour, they did a live album, they did another tour, and it seemed like, all right, enough's enough. We're going to finish this Shed tour, and we're donezo. It seemed like Wolf wanted to go off on his own, and, I don't know what Ed was planning on doing, but it was almost fucking movie-like, the way Dave made that comment on the last show, and happens to be the last time Eddie ever performed.
To answer the first thing that you were hinting towards, I don't think that Dave knew. They lived very separate lives. Dave was not at soundcheck. If you watch Van Halen rehearsal footage with Hagar or Roth eras, generally it's instrumental. They're just that good that they can go through everything instrumentally without a guide vocal. Although there's rumors that Dave's former manager, Matt Sensio, would occasionally do soundcheck vocals because he's a good singer. I heard that from a few people. But what I'm getting at is the Van Halens traveled separately from Dave. There's that thing that pops up all the time on one of the Van Halen groups. It's a Van Halen timesheet and set list, and it says at the bottom, Van Halens are doing a runner, Dave is sticking around. Have you ever seen that one?
Oh, no, that's funny. That's hysterical. That's great.
For anyone that doesn't know, a runner means when you get off stage, literally you're running to, the police escort.
You're out of there.
On the plane,
Elvis has
leaving.
left the building. That's a runner. Yeah.
Exactly. So Dave was separate from them, and when I interviewed the drummer of Evanescence who filled in some Tommy Lee gigs and Motley Crue, he talked about how Eddie was kind of complaining about, Dave doesn't want to hang out with us. And that's something you've heard a lot. What I think was going to happen was this was the end of the current run, and then they were going to be back in 3 to 4 years. They knew that the ticket sales were dropping a little bit. The reviews were not getting kinder in Dave's voice, but they could come back for that kitchen sink thing, which is what Dave was teasing when he was doing the ink to tattoo cream removal, whatever.
Why do you think he even leaked that? Why would he do that?
Because I think he legitimately thought it was happening and he didn't have any concept as to how sick Eddie was.
Aside from that, typically you don't leak an announcement of that magnitude. Like, that's the one thing that they're all over you about these days. And even Pat Monahan from Train went on the Stern Show last week and was like, I'm not really supposed to talk about it, but we're going on a tour next summer with I can't tell you who and I can't tell you when because I'm going to get killed if I do. And it was like, oh, okay. But very often they want the big announce, which is fine.
Yeah.
But I felt that was weirdly leaked because the reporter wasn't even poking for that information. Dave willingly gave it.
And plus, he said, Yankee Stadium, and he said Metallica, I think he said Foo Fighters, and I think he said Jason Aldean. So he was giving you who, what, where, why, when.
I know. And by the way, Metallica and Foo Fighters literally sell out stadiums on their own. Also wanted to ask you the retirement announcement that Dave made and put on YouTube, which was few years ago at this point now.
The throwing in the shoes?
Yeah, what the fuck was that? And does he have an undisclosed medical condition that we're unaware of?
Well, according to your Deep Throat, he does.
Yeah.
Deep Throat said that in the downtown sessions that the scarf hinted at what it was.
Right.
When I asked a few people who know stuff, but they're not like Dave's friends, but know stuff, they said, oh, yeah, he's had stuff. And then on Joe Rogan, he talked about shoulder surgery and dental surgery and knee surgery. And another person I asked, I think this was Doug Short. He's one of the people I interviewed for my book. He passed away a couple months ago, but he was Dave's tour manager and front of house engineer and all that for a few years. He was loved by Dave until he wasn't anymore. Roadies loved Doug Short. And Doug Short, I was asking him, he's kind of like, ask me anything you want and I'll answer it if I can. And he said, yeah, Dave was super banged up and he was always hurting and in pain. But of course, he's not going to sell it to you.
No, of course not. Of course not. So now, in terms of the recent live appearances with the Royal Machines, do you think that's because he wants to play live, but really is limited to only banging out a couple of songs and that he really can't do a live show? That just what is in it for him to do a gig like that?
I have the millionth evil theory that I cannot prove, but it's just based on all my conversations, that Dave does things for two reasons. He's either getting paid a ton of money or it's a bucket list thing. And I'm only aware of 3 corporate-ish gigs in the last 3 years.
Right.
2 of them, I think, were both at Mandalay Bay. One, I think, was for Home Depot.
Okay.
The other one was for, was it HP or Adobe or one of the big techs?
Right.
And then I uncovered an exclusive that I'm not supposed to know, which is that he played at the 50th or 40th birthday party for one of the founders of PayPal in Cabo, and that was accidentally leaked to me through Phil Hellmuth, the bad boy of poker.
Well, the interesting thing about corporates is, and I know this from interviewing Dana Carvey, the comedian.
King of the corporate game.
He said, you cannot believe the money they pay you for corporates. He said, it is astronomical. He said, it is ridiculous. Now, I happen to be behind the scenes of a corporate gig, and I'll tell you what it is. I won't tell you the person. I'll tell you the artist, but I won't tell you who set it up. So I happened to be behind the scenes and watched a friend of mine literally do the paperwork for a corporate gig. They paid Whitney Houston $500,000 to sing 3 songs.
I believe it, yeah.
And it was like, holy shit. She was not in great shape at the time. She was a bit of a mess. And she came in with kind of a very strange entourage that was questionable into a very high-end event. High-end event. And they paid her $500,000. It must have been 12 to 13 minutes. And she got $500,000 in cash. I mean, it was like,
I
what
believe
in
every
the
word that
ever-loving
you said.
fuck?
And other Dave, but have you ever been to a bizarro corporate gig where it's a band that should be playing to 2,000 people playing to 20 people?
He's asleep.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to think if I've actually ever been to anything
I'm
like
kidding,
that,
I'm kidding.
and I don't think I have.
No, probably not. Dave doesn't work for like a monstrous
I've
corporation.
seen like 2 Beach Boys corporate gigs.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Like one was in a restaurant that really held 50 people. Another one was in a restaurant that held maybe 100 people as Beach Boys and Hanson. And I love these bizarro, weird corporate gigs.
They're awkward as hell. They're awkward as, and you know what's funny, because the artist feels it. Dana Carvey, who is very specific about it, he says, you know, when people pay for a ticket to come see you, number one, they're already a fan. Number two, they've already invested money because they want to come see you and they like you. So, like, you're all kind of simpatico. But when you're at a corporate gig, then it's like, who knows you? Who remembers you? They're eating. Somebody won an award. Somebody's getting a round of drinks. He says you are fighting the tide to do anything, and it's kind of brutal to handle. So we've kept you long enough. I want to wrap it up with 2 questions. Number one.
Sure.
What happened to Matt Sensio and Eddie Anderson?
Eddie was...
I heard he got in trouble for selling bootleg tees.
Bootleg merch or memorabilia or something like that, and Dave dismissed him, and that was a weird era for Dave with lawsuits, because there was that, the webmaster suing him, the de facto manager after Ed sued him. He had a stalker, which I think I call out the filing number in the book if you ever want to pull this amazing lawsuit of a stalker against him. It was just a weird time for Dave, and who knows if that was taking a toll on him and he lashed out on Ed. What people have told me is you could not have a more loyal employee on this planet than Ed Anderson.
Oh, my
and think
God.
about it.
Yeah.
Where's the Ed Anderson tell-all book?
Exactly, and Ed Anderson probably saved Dave's life about 6 billion times. You know?
Oh, yes. I've never met him.
Yeah.
I'm always going to be Team Ed Anderson, not because he could kill me very quickly, but because he was around for all of that and a highly trusted guy.
Totally. Yeah. And what about Matt Sensio? What happened to him?
I might be conflating stories, but what I have heard allegedly, the first reunion tour, Dave was the star of the show and doing amazing, and Eddie was in bad shape.
Yeah, I heard that, yeah.
With chemicals and other stuff, and not really cutting it, and more or less some of the people who had been working with Dave were like, I got to get out of here, Ed's a mess. That's what I've heard from some people, which I cannot confirm nor deny or state on the record as being fact. But we have a listener to our show, Gary Marino, who's an excellent stand-up comic in the Boston area, who worked on the Dave test radio shows in Boston, which got him hired for K-Rock. And he occasionally sees and speaks to Matt Sensio, and Matt is very happy and in shape and moved on from that period of his life.
Wow.
And no tell-all book I'm aware of.
Interesting. And last question, which is the question on everybody's mind, is people have for years questioned Dave's sexuality. Do you think Dave is bi? Do you think he's gay? Do you think he's just heterosexual? People have talked about this endlessly. What do you make of this?
Well, to use the Seinfeld-ism, not that there's anything wrong with it.
Of course.
I don't know. I've heard all the same rumors that other people have about the Philippines and this and that. I don't know. He has been photographed with a lot of beautiful women that also have questionably been beards for people.
Yeah.
I saw this one interview from 87 or 88, and it's a female interviewer in Europe. And she asks him about the kind of woman that he likes. And he's basically describing the exact opposite of the women that we see in his music videos. They're not the buxom scream queen types. He likes athletic, thin women.
Yes.
So I have a feeling that this is just one of the things that we don't know anything about.
Yeah.
That whatever we've been given was fed by publicists.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just such a strange thing. And the reason why I bring it up, I don't care. I mean, I happen to love Freddie Mercury and Rob Halford completely. It doesn't matter to me. However, the reason why it bothers me is not Dave's choices. And if you really follow this, there is some sick fucking snickering and comments that go on from the guys in Van Halen about Dave. And it's a little weird. If you ever saw the interview, one of the early interviews Sammy did with Van Halen, with that Australian guy with the weird hat, you remember this? It's when he first came into the band. Eddie's wearing sunglasses. They're like backstage somewhere. They are basically calling Dave out for being gay on television. I mean, it's fucking weird. And Sammy, in his book, in black and white, says this guy's gay. I mean, I don't know why you need to do that, but he did. And he had a whole...
There's also that MTV clip that the Tapes Archive reposted of Sammy calling Dave gay.
Oh, yeah.
At the VMAs.
Yeah. Even if you look on Live Without a Net, there's little comments that made by Sammy. Like, I think, I don't know, some girl threw up something on the stage and he picked this up. It was like kind of girly looking. He's like, oh, this is leftover. This is some old stuff. And there's little comments in the inside and like there's all this little, little seedlings. And Eddie kind of rolls his eyes and, he says a few things here and there. And it's almost like he's holding back from saying something. And then when I asked Desmond, who is a gay man? And Outward being gay. I said, Desmond, you're a gay man. Did you pick up on gaydar from Dave? And he goes, absolutely not. He doesn't. He goes, I tell you what Dave is. Just like Paul Stanley, he's a very flamboyant performer in the sense that all that sashaying around and the different outfits and different things they wear, that's all part of the performance. And I can understand what you're saying with that. That's part of rock and roll. But it's just kind of weird. And I guess that just goes to the point when we started this conversation is like, how much is Dave letting us see Dave, or is the David Lee Roth persona a persona? Like, is it a whole character like the Dice character, And then, like you said, like Dice has become the Dice character, which is so funny because it's true. He grew up in a regular middle-class home in Brooklyn with his Jewish parents, and he was Andrew Silverstein. A lot of people don't know. Dice was the Buddy Love character in his Nutty Professor routine. He came on stage doing the Nutty Professor, and then he came out as almost like a John Travolta / Dice character, and he came out as like a hoodlum, hoodlum guy, like a cool hood. And then he started going on stage doing the nursery rhymes in the hood outfit, and it took off. Instead of being like a little piece of his act, it became the act, which is understandable, and that's fine. It's just, you wonder, sometimes about on-stage personas, like, and Dave always with the girls and the, flashy girls.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think that we talk about the influence of professional wrestling on Dave enough.
Oh,
because when you were saying earlier, how much did he steal for Jim Dandy? And you go, well, okay, maybe he stole this much, but how much did he steal from superstar Billy Graham?
Oh, totally.
And and how much did he steal maybe from Lenny Bruce or some comic that he liked?
It's totally...
Because they say that the early David Lee Roth Live was... A lot of people said, hey, get rid of the singer guy with the bad jokes wearing the overalls, which is the thing that he'd stolen from Ollie Joe Prater.
Yeah.
I tried to verify that, but nobody would talk to me related to old comedy. But I think that the Dave that we love is like 10% of this person, 7% of this, 8% of that, and none of that has to do with his sexuality. I think that's an entirely different human being that probably you call David.
Yeah, it's funny. And if you listen to his Vegas show, the one he did in 95, he was doing Rodney Dangerfield material in between the songs. I mean, he was literally like a Catskill comic and doing jokes like, oh, shit, like this guy is really going for it. Like a whole other vibe. It was interesting. But anyway, Darren, I want to thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations on the book. The book is called DLR Book, How David Lee Roth Changed the World. And it is out and available to purchase on Amazon and all places that you buy books. Please come out and support Darren and get his book. It is not expensive. It's definitely worth the read. And if you're a Van Halen fan, if you're a David Lee Roth fan, it is candy. It's a candy store for everybody. So you definitely want to pick that up. And you want to check out the DLR Cast, which comes out. How often would you say it comes out?
1 or 2 a month.
1 or 2, okay.
It feeds in with the Paltrocast and
the Paltrocast.
There's content for me every day, even when the DLR Cast gets
right, exactly. So you want to check that out as well. I want to thank you so much for coming on here. It's been a long time, but it was well worth the wait. It's great to have you on and plug your book, and we wish you all the best wishes with it.
Hey, Thank you guys for doing one of the podcasts I love the most.
Oh, sweet.
Thank you for breaking exclusive stories related to Van Halen that otherwise we wouldn't know about. And hopefully we do a crossover episode, or
that'd be
we
great.
could do an episode where we have the mean guy from all the duos and then the nice guy from all the duos on separate episodes.
I refuse to be labeled the mean guy. And Dave,
Sign me up. Sign me up.
Fucking guy.
Sign me up.
You
I know my role.
You want to talk about a persona? You should see this guy. I know this guy. He's quiet, sweet little Dave. Oh my God! Everybody thinks he's Mr. Rogers. This guy, the piece of work. There's no one who knows him would agree with this.
Wow. Are we going to make it to the 100th episode, Dave?
Oh, how dare you. You know it's said out of love. And you also know I'm right. There are times when he's off the air that he laughs at this. He knows. He laughs at this. He knows. I'll even reply to him. I'm like, oh, it's quiet, Dave.
No, that's the biggest misnomer ever. Ever. No doubt about that.
And listen.
But seriously, thank you both for doing what you do. And,
thank you.
And we shall continue this journey of thanklessness when it comes to being Van Halen fans.
That's true.
Right, exactly. Yes, for sure.
Whoa! How about that for rock video music fans? Live all day, all night. You know what you need. Only right here on Dave TV.
Check us out on Facebook at Dave and Dave Unchained, a Van Halen podcast, on Twitter at DD Unchained, on Instagram at DD Unchained Podcast, and you can email us at ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com.
This sounds just like a brand new one to me. What do you think, Bart? Brand new song, just coming out now. Let me say. Got basic skills, the cotton drill, level to high. Yeah, block my shot. Oh no! Watch me now. Check my style. Give me my smile. Hang time reverse. Watch me work. Watch me go. Wanna be crying, fighting, winning. Let's make you sleeping. When I think I'm winning. Slam talk. Check my style. You gotta hot your smile. Get down reverse. Get watch me work, mama. Watch me go. Wanna be carrying, finally winning. Let's make you sleeping in it. And I think I'm winning. Slam dunk. Let the good times roll. My game is better than ever. Yeah, winners, they come and go. But Finland, motherfucker, you're forever. Oh, no! Wanna be carried by you winning? That's where you're sleeping in there. Yeah, I think I'm winning. Oh, yeah! Slam talk! Oh! Slam talk!
There's always a big risk when you're going to leave a big band like when I left Van Halen. And I didn't want to leave Van Halen. It was my intention to make a band, to make a record, and to go on the road, just like I always did. And when that band turned into Spinal Tap, got fat and sloppy, and didn't want to go on the road anymore, and didn't really want to go in and record, take a year and a half to record. What? This is rock and roll, man.
I think everybody was waiting with bated breath, like what was David going to do? I think most people assume that just being the type of person that he is, that he would fall on his feet because he wouldn't let it be otherwise. But I felt really bad. You know, I thought, here this guy, you know, left the major pinnacle, you know, of the band after being together so long. I mean, they really had been together for years.
I was forced into a position of, I gotta make a move. I looked at my producer, Ted Templeman, who's been through this a million times, you know, and said, hey, we gotta do something. We have just wasted so much time and we're not going anywhere. This is the roaring 80s, man. So, well, the first thing in my mind, and the final and foremost, was we're gonna start a band. We're gonna make a band. And that's the first thing that I did. This band was together within 90 days, 100 days after I left Van Halen.
When he left Van Halen, the entire crew, the entire staff, the entire office staff, I'm talking about maybe in excess of 60 people, came with David, except for one drum roadie. And there's a reason for that. David is a great guy to work with. I don't think that anybody out here feels that they work for David. And that's unusual to find when you're talking about a person who's reached this kind of stardom.
I'm not one to sit around and worry about the politics of despair. You know, it really busted me up that, you know, a lot of good years of work, you know, had come to an end. But beyond that, you got to go with it. You got to go. You got to roll with the punches.